and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast. My name is Jed, and we have been exploring the idea of hierarchically arranged terms within the reality that we find ourselves. And we have been examining how we can apply that to causes to answer why questions, or why are we here? Or how questions, how did we get here? And also questions about reason. What's the reason for us being here? And our purpose. What's the final cause? What's the thing for the sake of which we go through everything we do? Why are we doing what we're doing? Either those of us who are stuck in our problems, playing out a kind of fake dialectic, further meditating, reflecting on their false image about self and reality, and having a state of mind that reflects that, and a way of functioning that reflects that, and an eventual conclusions that we call problems or fate that reflects that causal chain. Why do people go through that? And those of us who are awake to the meaning of life, well, to our purpose, yeah, that fits. Why go through the same kind of thing but with different terms? Same relationships, different terms. Why go through a life reflecting on not our false idea of self and reality, but wondering about the truth of self and reality? Why go through the process of escaping that fate we just mentioned and reaching our highest purpose or destiny? Why? What's that for the sake of which, or what's the final cause? So causes answer those questions. That's the punchline. Causes. Why are we here? There are many ways of answering that. Because you have a physical body. Because you're here to learn. That's not enough. Because you're here to what? Remove your problems. Because you're here to what? Know the self. Because you're here to what? All of those answers are correct. Therefore, to answer why questions, you can look at a hierarchically arranged list of terms, meaning the hierarchy of reality that we're looking for in understanding can apply to causes. And I like causes because it's a nice fulcrum point. You can go from causes to whatever you're interested in. You can go from the causes to levels of reality. You can go from causes to the different states of being that we can be in, or cognitive functions that we can function through. And in the text, what we are reading is there was a dude named Dionysius in the 500-ish AD, or the 6th century, who could see that Emperor Justinian, the Christian emperor, the founder of Christianity.
You have severe mental illness, and you need to be fucking checked into an insane asylum.
Insane and needed to be checked into an asylum, was shutting down our human purpose of developing understanding, because he recognized you can exploit and manipulate people through belief or faith. So he saw the great wave are coming, and he took the images within the Christian belief system and rearranged them as metaphors to symbolically reflect the actual hierarchy of reality, giving people who would then be living through the dark ages, when you shut down understanding, everything goes to hell, and it did. Giving those people something to reflect upon within their tradition to do their purpose, to fulfill their purpose or destiny and escape their fate. Because it can be difficult or deadly to go against the oppression of the most ignorant and fascistic in our society, those who found religions or politics based on belief and not universal understanding and benefit. They are the absolute worst human beings by definition, because they are taking the nature of human problems, a false belief about self and reality, and projecting it or universalizing it. It's not not me who wants to beat up women. It's God who says you have to. It's not me who says we can send brown people to concentration camps. It's Donald Trump. It's the law. That kind of garbage. So Dionysius snuck in that same hierarchical arrangement that we have been learning about, applied to the hierarchical ordering of clergy, religious authorities. Hey, maybe there's a reason why there's popes and bishops and archbishops and crap like that. Now, of course, there isn't, but it's just oppression. But Dionysius snuck in the logos. So understanding is what we've been looking at, and that's our purpose, to move from belief to understanding. And that's why we read. That's what we do here as human beings. And we have been engaged in that because we've also been reflecting on that process of finding that hierarchical order, which is understanding, seeing the parts, arranging the parts within a hierarchy, seeing how the parts relate to each other, and seeing how, if the right parts are in the right order, doing their right functioning, handy triad there, they can give rise to a greater whole. Or that for the sake of which. So that's what we've been looking at. Understanding. We've been developing an understanding, and here's the board. To do what Dionysius did, but he applied it to Christian symbology. Now, the causes, the material cause. And we started with a physical expression, or an example that we can easily see in the physical world. If you want to build a house, the first cause is Billy needs a place to live. And then we see a hierarchical arrangement. The least intelligent, the least functioning of mind is bricks, giving us the expression dumb as bricks.
You're a baby. You're a little baby.
That joke wasn't that bad.
What the hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
Oh my goodness. Dumb as bricks. But there's a clear division between bricks, or the material cause, the stuffs, and some sort of activity which has to involve some intelligence. The building with the bricks. But that's not enough for Billy to have a place to live in. There has to be a builder, even more intelligence, even more mind. The instrumental cause, sometimes called the efficient cause, or the doer cause if you don't want to be fancy. Instrumental is a fun word. The builder. But even more mind, to the point where there's no physical expression, blueprints. I mean, you can draw it on a map, which is a kind of physical expression, but the blueprints themselves are a pure idea that contains everything. That's the model, or the paradigmatic cause, the paradigm. And of course, so we have a division here between, well, yeah, you can make the divisions, but there's a clear hierarchical order of causes. And if you have the right things in the right order, you have the right bricks, the right building, the right builders, and the right blueprints, and you have all of those parts coming together as a whole, you give rise to a place for Billy to live, and that's how you know the house has been built. So the first cause that launches the whole process is also the final cause, giving us the first and final cause. Causes. We talked about how we can relate them to other systems, ordered systems that reflect the understandability or the intelligibility of reality, like the dialectic. Self to other, self to self, self to other to other, other to self. And we talked about how when you do that, you can gain new insight or make new connections between the things. Is the paradigm the thing itself? Does the builder or the instrumental function itself to another? So on and so on. We also talked about how by arranging them within the structure of the logos or the hierarchy, you can give rise to questions. We have these four, but what's the cause of the four unfolding categories of understanding that we're here to master as our purpose? Where'd that come from? What's the cause? There's a question mark. Equally so, definition, demonstration, division, conclusion. That's the names. So you could say this is the heterogeneous, or this is the homogeneous. No, wait. Homogeneous and heterogeneous. This applies to anything, whereas these are specifics. Same thing, we have a question. When you notice you're missing a piece, you can give birth to a question, and that's the game as well. Questions and answers, baby, that's the game. Cognitive functions, we talked about those, which also gives us an understanding of evolution. People who wake up in the world might think, oh, we're just physical creatures, because all I've seen is physical stuff, because I haven't learnt to ousia, reflect, and understand. Both of those two things point to mind. When you reflect on yourself, you realize, holy fuck, I have a mind that's doing this reflection. And when you use understanding or logos or language, you see, hang on a second, all of these physical things must have a physical law or principle that they're following and gave rise to them and is keeping a thing together. Here I have a coffee cup. Something caused it. There had to be, prior to its cause, principles of reality that allows for the cup to exist. And also, hey, welcome, Liminal. Also, there has to be something keeping it together as it goes through time. Was it you yesterday, Liminal, who had the question about determinism? Is that you or another chatter? I forget. So, when we we want to understand. I don't think that was me. Okay, good. When we want to, reflect on ourselves, we can reflect on ourselves and realize we have a mind. Don't care about free will question much. Cool. And if we use understanding, we can reflect on the fact that there must be causes prior to the physical world to create the physical world and maintain the physical world. So in other words, materialism is a baby, or strict dualism, in other words, there is no mind, or there's no way we can connect with mind, is a very low cognitive function. Also low on the list, belief. No ousia, no reflection on reality, and no understanding, because if you understand it, why would you want to believe someone else? That's why all scammers and religious authorities and most politicians want to suppress understanding so they can manipulate and scam people and abuse people through manipulating their beliefs. Belief and materialism. So these two things giving rise to all of human problems. The root cognitive function as the root cause of all human problems and suffering, because it's through our cognitive functions that we function, that we relate to our problems. And what categorizes these two is no ousia and logos, or a shallow pool.
Kant would say some fucking bullshit.
Giving rise to Kant, who would say some fucking bullshit. Because that's where Kant lives as well. So, appropriate sound drop.
What if a chimp had a cell phone? Who would he call?
I don't know who a chimp would call with a cell phone. So, and if we do realize it's ousia and logos that makes us evolved, or our higher cognitive capacities that make us different from cabbages and caterpillars, where we engage it, we awaken the higher cognitive function, the greatest that we can do in the physical world, understanding. Therefore, the purpose. Our purpose to move from this through belief, or our specific stage of evolution as human beings currently, is we are ruled by beliefs, the Abrahamic traditions and the fascist, Nazi, sexist beliefs of politicians and kings and clergy. To move from that, from our savage roots to our sage-like potential. And that's understanding. A sage has understanding. Also, understanding is what we need to understand the nature of these things, understand the causes, understand the principles, understand the hierarchical list of terms they exist within as parts. All of that understanding is need to solve the puzzle. If you don't know what belief is because you don't understand it, if you don't know the cause of belief because you don't understand it, if you don't know the cognitive functions because you don't understand it, you don't know where belief sits. Some people think, if I believe in Jesus, that's it. I've reached the end. Everything that was vomited onto me by my dumbass parents, sorry, not sorry. The thing with this channel is, I have no idea who's watching. So if I pretend that parents are all knowing like we want to believe because of our pathologos, that might make this channel easier for some people to listen to, which is good. I want people to learn that all we're doing is having fun, doing our purpose. And the purpose of this channel is to share the purpose of humanity with everyone so we can all wake up and play. We can all solve problems and reach our highest goals. But if I pretended Christianity wasn't a terrible thing, it's hard to offend Liminal. Oh, that's good. Then there's someone who has seen through the oppression by definition of Christianity, and they'll hear me tiptoeing around Christianity and going, I'm not listening to this guy, he's an idiot. He hasn't yet recognized the nature of faith being a fundamental cause of all human genocide, blood, the causes of human history being pages soaked in blood. I'm not listening to this idiot. So I can't pussyfoot around. So this channel's for everyone, but the principle is, I'm not going to baby you. I'm not going to patronize you. I'm not going to pretend your religion or your parents were actually wise and knowing, or your personal false beliefs about self and reality are actually the special ones. I can't do that. It won't work because I'm not here to manipulate the beliefs of others. That's what politicians and scammers do. All I can do is tell the truth. I came from Christianity and I still have a level of respect for it. Well, hopefully we'll beat that out of you. Just kidding. Well, what we are seeing is there is a way of recognizing that as every different person who writes about Jesus or about religion is a different person, meaning they're at a different stage, some level of development of understanding, some level of vision, but also some level of belief and ignorance. We can make distinctions. For instance, Paul was a real terrible piece of work. He would murder Christians for fun, and then he came along and lied about everything Jesus said about the significance of understanding and direct experience or knowledge to say, hey, just have belief. And Emperor Justinian, who murdered the philosophers who were the best of us, so he could use Paul's idea of just believe authority to oppress people, he was the founder of Christianity. So if you recognize that also, Mark saw what Paul was doing and denied it. The story of Jesus in Mark is someone who has had an experience of divine luminosity or the cognitive function of knowledge, has no understanding, or has limited understanding, didn't apply his understanding to that experience, and then used his beliefs to make sense of it, and he got wrapped up in his religious bullshit, causing his tragic demise. And what we've been reading is there's even a guy named Dionysius, one of the students from the Philosophy Academy, who pretended, as Paul lied, so too did Dionysius lie about being a friend of Paul, so he could sneak in actual understanding within the oppression of Christianity. And it's oppression by definition, not because I don't like it, because Christianity is a belief-based system, and beliefs are always bad. Always. They are in opposition to understanding. It's a low cognitive function. It's also the root cognitive function as that justifies people's oppression to themselves. So no religion is good by definition. They're all bad by definition. But within the system, within the tradition, you could say, well, if we just look at Dionysius, the Areopagite, we could actually find a way of moving from belief to understanding, which is helpful for those who don't want to give up their religious upbringing for this or that reason. Won't make a difference to Muslims or Jews or Mormons or whatever. Like, I don't give a fuck what they go say. I'm not vested in that religion. Why would I care? My parents weren't Christian. My parents were this other crazy bullshit religion. That's the one that I want to defend. So yeah, that's always true. And that's all we do. All we do in this channel is learn how to read and practice reading and tell the truth. Which means no patronizing. If someone to come in the chat and say, well, actually, my beliefs are different. I'll say, well, can't be. You haven't understood belief. And that's the significance of understanding. Understanding recognizes and sees the nature of belief as a cognitive function, sees its place within a hierarchical ordering, and therefore can recognize the human stage of evolution, or our purpose is to move from belief to understanding. Understanding can therefore recognize our purpose moving upward, and also can look back and apply that understanding to our specific beliefs to free people from the cause of their suffering. Understanding can also understand the other part of this hierarchical ordering and reflect, or ousia, or turn mind about to know mind, which is the spiritual discipline. The actual spiritual discipline. No need for belief. Religion, always bad. By definition. Understanding, however, is actual spirituality, our actual purpose. Which makes use of, again, ousia and logos. So, belief and materialism is categorized by a lack of mind, just like bricks, lack of mind there. Or a no ousia and logos, or to be more accurately, the distortion. You're not turning around and wondering about the nature of your own self and reality. You are turning around at each moment and reflecting on the bullshit your parents vomited into your brain when you were a kid.
We definitely are not born with a starter kit of beliefs, buddy. Religion is shoved into children's brains forcibly through indoctrination, and if it's any kind of fundamentalism, it's essentially child abuse. Even if a kid was to come to this conclusion totally out of their own accord, that there is a divine entity that created everything, it sure as fuck wouldn't be the malicious sociopathic god that you assholes worship.
Well said, Professor Richard. David? I forget. So, understanding the hierarchy means we can understand our cognitive functions, understand where we are within this evolutionary journey. But also, we can give rise to a question, what's the state of knowing above knowledge? Because we, again, have that missing spot. Now, this is important. What we can also say, therefore, we could make two categories, because another aspect of the dialectic or the structure is two categories. Yesterday, we talked about two categories in terms of our movement from the physical dimension to the dimension of mind. We start in the physical world and we can say, what's the purpose? Well, the same five causes: material, activity, instrumental, model or paradigm, and the first and final, but applied to the physical world. What are we here to do? What's the material cause that we have? What's the bricks, but not of the house, but of us? Our physical body. So one reason for being here is to take care of our physical body individually, and therefore, as it's a principle, you could apply it to the society as well, or the species as a whole. One of our purposes, or as a species, is to care for the planet and the creatures within the planet. We're not doing that. So we are not doing our purpose because of goddamn capitalism.
You just blow in from Stupid Town?
By people who blow in from Stupid
Disgusting.
Town.
I'm so disgusted. Would you just blow in from stupid fucking bitch, pussy ass fucker?
That one. So, you got to take care of your body as a material cause. But remember, there's a hierarchy. So you have that, so you can, therefore, you're not distracted from physical pain to the point where you can't read with the stream or read the kinds of texts we read. I didn't spell stream right. Specifically, logos. Texts that give us this structure so we can learn what we're here to learn. Read with the stream. So that's the activity. That's what we do. That's how we have fun. Right? It's fun, isn't it?
I'm going to get you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to get you.
No.
I'm too pure.
I'm too pure for that. So, the activity that we're here to do. Philosophy is fun. It is fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the
Childlike wonder, dude.
Childlike wonder, dude. So what's the point of reading? This activity of reading, you can then use, now you've got things to work with in how you relate as an instrumental cause, how you relate to the things in your life, what you talk about with your friends. Or if reading is to pick up the terms of the logos, the key terms, just as you can't learn skateboarding unless you're reading a skateboarding book or watching a skateboarding movie, because you need the words. You need to learn you need the word kickflip and nollie flip and shove it. You need these words. You can't learn medicine without reading a book written by someone who's a master of medicine to give you the right terms, like spleen. You need to know what a spleen is. Spleen, right?
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
I thought so.
Absolutely gooped.
Oh no. So we read to get the terms or the logos, and by the way, you can mythologize, tell a story about that, which makes it easy for you to remember, and also easy for you to talk to your friends about this by saying, hey, by logos or reading, I can personify that with Apollo. Ooh. Apollo, the god representing philosophy, or the logos, or reading. But now that we have those terms, we can use those terms and reflect on our reading, have fun with our friends. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
And that's reflection, ousia. So the material cause, taking care of your body so you can engage in the activity of logos and function with ousia. Or taking the parts into the whole. Aphrodite. So you could write a story about how Aphrodite and Apollo are lovers, or always walking hand in hand, because those are the two things you make use of: ousia and logos. Reading and reflecting on your reading, getting the puzzle pieces when you read, giving birth to the questions, but also solving the questions when you reflect and you draw things on the board like we do here. But of course, Apollo and Aphrodite are a pair that come together into their hyparxis, or the ruling term of the triad, Hermes. Hermes represents the dialectic. So, what's the meaning of life? The material cause is an answer, caring for your body. But also, so that you can read. That's what we do as human beings. We can read. We can read the logos from Masters of the Logos. If you want to go to LA, read a map or read a blog written by someone who's been to LA. That's how you get there. Reading. But also, reading requires learning to see what's there without adding what isn't there or being blocked from what is. That's interpretation. So as we read, we're also giving birth to, or we're bringing into the light, our problems, because it's our interpretation that block us from our learning, growing, and relating to reality. We want to see self and reality as it is. We don't, because we're carrying a false belief about self and reality. So if you're carrying an idea about, hey, spammer, and my spam bot saw you, ha 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 ha, you were crushed by my spam bot detector.
Further fill the internet with spam and AI slop.
You're doing that.
You don't talk to me, you robot.
Don't
Shut
talk
up.
to me. Shut up, robot.
Dude, suck my dick.
Dude. So, the kind of you that can read and participate in your purpose, at least this cause, is inconsistent with the negative idea you have about yourself. I can't do that. I'm a bad noodle. I'm not good enough. I have this or that illness. I'm this or that kind of a sinner. All that crap. Anything that diminishes yourself or your mind is false. But it will come up to block you from the reading, which is your purpose, or cause projections. But hey, we're also reflecting with our friends, so we can reflect on both what we read, the logos, or what blocks us, our pathologos. We can do two things. It's a win, 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 win.
It's a win, 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 win.
It's a win, win, win. So the meaning of life is to reflect with friends in the highest kind of way. But hey, so that you can then give rise to or recognize there is an inherent structure in reality that we would not have come to unless we were reading the text together, Apollo. We had to be healthy enough. I just got over the flu, so I'm healthy enough to keep streaming. And if we weren't doing this reflection together with my best friends,
Awesome, man.
who are awesome men, if we do that, we will give rise to the realization there is an inherent, understandable order and structure to all things in reality that we can use to, in the highest way, to not only learn how to build a house or do medicine, but to solve the problems we are literally born here to solve, remove our unhappiness or fate, and reach the understanding and experience of mind and self, which is what we can do once we're free of our problems. So all problems are solvable and human excellence is reachable. We can escape fate and reach our purpose or destiny. That's a pretty kick-ass realization. And if I told you that, you wouldn't believe me. Because, as the Oracle reminds us every day,
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
our beliefs we didn't reason ourselves into, so they are going to block us from listening when somebody says that to us. I was banned from the Majority Report Twitch chat by simply saying what we just said here, because I was agreeing with Emma and Brandon, who didn't have the names, didn't have the language or logos, because they're not reading the text we're reading, but we're intuiting and saying we really need this paradigm. So agreeing with the people on the stream, that's why I watch the stream, that's why she's on my soundboard.
The primary purpose of peanuts is not to murder, it's to eat for sustenance.
See, you have to be pretty clever to know that's what peanuts are for. It's not for murder, it's to eat for sustenance. But you can't tell people that. The inherent rejection against what's true, good, and real, or our benefit, is the nature of human problems. So if we're talking to a human and we're talking in the highest kind of truth, odds are they will fucking hate it. Because you're asking them to relate to something they are blocked from relating to, or their whole life has been to be a good Jew, or to be a good Christian, or to be a good Smith, or to be a good Joneses, or to be a good MAGA, whatever your family, religion, or political beliefs are, they always come in opposition to understanding. That's why we are savages. That's why we are against our own benefit. That's why we killed Socrates. You can't reason someone into a position that they didn't reason themselves into. It was belief that we were carrying our problems in. But also...
The problem is that you can't reason
Someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
The Oracle is drunk. You've had too many drinks, Oracle. What are you doing?
Like, literally, suck my dick, dude.
Oh my goodness.
You have severe mental illness, and you need to be fucking checked into an insane asylum.
Just for saying that you're drunk?
You know, some people would chase a chimp around. Some people.
Okay, enough about chimps. I've noticed that. Sort of have to read the room and meet their frequency and use their vocabulary. Yes, that's very important. And this is the thing. If you have the understanding, if you know the list, then you can jump across in two kinds of a way. So if you wanted to say, if you're talking about meaning or cause, which is for us, we recognize meaning as causes. What's the meaning of life? We'd be doing that. There are lots of answers that reflect this list. But you would give them example that uses their vocabulary. So if I'm using Billy and building a house, but you might use skateboarding. I used a skateboarding example earlier. But there's another level, because it's the same hierarchical system of development that we are using to recognize the cognitive functions people are in. Are they a believer? Are they a materialist? Or they say all this talk about understanding and knowing and spirituality is phooey? Are they someone who loves understanding? Are they someone who's had an experience of in a non-physical way? Out-of-body experience, or a luminosity experience, or a psychedelic experience, had some vision of knowledge. Also, we can recognize in the same list the categories or kinds of arrangements within us that give rise to different classes of men. This is from the text and from the Republic. The most well-ordered to be ruled by reason, or seeking the logos, following the logos, seeking to master this dialectic, and that's your reasoning part. Make that the ruling part of your soul. There's also a part of the soul that propels us to move outward in the world. Our honor seeking, because we want to be known for seeking the truth and actually reaching the truth. Have that follow reasoning. In other words, don't say, well, to me it feels true that women suck. No, that's a sexist belief. To be ruled by the logos that says, actually, Socrates' teacher was a woman. So I can't have a sexist belief. It feels true, but I'm not following my feelings, I'm following my reasoning. Courage. But also there's a desiring part of your soul. You want what's good for you. You want to bring that in. There's an outward moving, an inward desiring, and a reasoning part. And if it's well ordered, following the logos or reasoning, the aristocratic soul. Notice a metaphor. Or aristocratic means there's lots of them. The philosopher king if there's one. Or philosopher queen. But also, the misordering of those parts give rise to 4 other: the timocratic, the oligarchic, the democratic, and the tyrannical man. These are all kinds of sicknesses. So using the same structure. So not only, as you're saying, do you use their vocabulary in picking a metaphor that they can respond to, but as you're saying, you can judge their frequency or judge the level of the kind of soul that they are currently. Maybe they're the democratic, so that the kind of answer, in other words, what's the meaning of life? You might pick the cause that is going to be most beneficial to where they're at. If they're a democratic, maybe they have to make the movement to oligarchic. Or if they're at belief, they have to make the movement to understanding. So that's the significance of understanding. You could use it to, as you're saying, relevant to the person and their vocabulary, but also in a way that benefits them. You don't just answer anyone's question. If someone was crazy and they said, "Where do you keep your guns?" you wouldn't answer that question. Similarly, you, having been in this stream more than 99.9% of people in the world, or engaged in this kind of meaning of life, reading, activity cause, talking, instrumental cause, discovering the model, the dialectic or the structure, means you are at least 1, 2, 3 stages ahead of everyone else. So if somebody asks you the question, why the fuck would you answer what they want you to answer? You don't go into the doctor's office and say, hey, why don't you prescribe me some of that delicious medical grade cocaine or whatever doctors can prescribe. Why don't you give me some, what do the kids like? Benzos. No, you don't ask the questions. You don't have the understanding or the paradigm. Similarly, part of this is recognizing that the skill puts you on a certain level. Not all people can run at the same speed. I think we talked about that yesterday. Not everyone is interested. Yeah, we've just said it today. Not everyone is open to this. Not everyone can run as fast as Usain Bolt. But that doesn't mean everyone can run in the Olympics. Not everyone's the captain of the team. There's one. But we're not doing basketball. We are doing questions and answers. That's a big one, because belief, that negative thing, tells you, hey, you don't judge what questions and you answer. You do as you're fucking told. You don't ask questions about God. It's faith. There are no answers. God works in mysterious ways. Why are all of the different oh, just 1 second. Someone's knocking at my door. I'll be right back. Right, don't ask questions. God works in mysterious ways. There's that famous saying. Somebody asked, hey, what was God doing before he created the world? And the famous answer in some philosopher, making a hell for people like you who ask those questions. But also, you don't get to pick what answers. You answer every question that the authority figure answers, to the point where they train you. They have this thing in Christianity called confession, where you go into a box and they make you answer questions that are the least fucking worth answering. Tell us all your sins. Confess to me. Give me all your secrets so I can use them to fuck you over. That's the tradition of confession. They're training you to answer every question, even the stupidest, most harmful questions. But the dialectic is learning how to judge questions and judge answers. And using it specifically, as Liminal was saying, with the language that they're relevant, that's relevant to them or that they can understand, in order to benefit them based on their level of development, turns that skill into an art. Some people call it meeting them where they're at. So, for some people, hearing that, hey, we are here to take care of the physical world is a big step. Think about how much difficulty Greta Thunberg has had saying that to human beings. The literal meaning of our species is to care for the fucking planet we live on, you idiots. And all of the sexist, racist, fascist, religious, Nazi, right-wing, all the believers say, oh, I would rather abuse that woman. So, and that's just the most basic level. Now imagine telling those kinds of people that, hey, a more important or a higher level of cause or meaning of life is, or reason for existence is reading. I've never read a book in my life. Books are boring. The only books I read are porno bags. I only read Reddit. Now imagine telling people, hey, when we say reading, we don't mean reading Kant. I need to make Kant's a bitch a specific sound drop. Because at the moment it's on my random drops. I'm gonna find it anyway. Because
Kant would say some fucking bullshit.
Because
Kant's a little fucking bitch. The hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
Now, not reading Kant, who's a little bitch, sick freak. Not reading it is worth reading the Bible, especially if you are influenced by the Bible in any way. But secondarily, we're talking about reading the Balboa translation of Plato so we can get the words from Socrates, because he's a master mechanic. He's a master skateboarder. He's a master builder. He's a master MBA coach. See all of those metaphors that we've been using so far? To point to a master of the Logos. If we're here to master the Logos, we need to read someone. If we want to go to LA, we need to read something from someone who's been there before. So the Balboa translations of Plato, because Socrates is a master, but also Pierre Grimes, he's another master of the Logos. But the fortunate thing about him, and that's why we're reading his book on the stream right now, is he wrote the book himself. We killed Socrates before he had a chance. So imagine telling people that. How many philosophy lecturers and courses and professors, Master Truth Seeker and Slayer of Ignorance, exactly. But how many college professors, literally, modern philosophy is the opposite. It's what Socrates calls philodoxia, not the love of wisdom, understanding and knowing the truth of reality, that you gain through the Logos, but philodoxia, the love of opinions. That's the Aristotelian or the Roman tradition, the Christian tradition. No understanding, just a bunch of different beliefs from these Christian weirdos. Kant, Hegel, etc. Kant's a little bitch, remember?
Kant's a little fucking bitch.
So in other words, just that second level of cause could be a huge jump for most people. Even philosophers who spent their whole lives quoting Kant and Hegel and Nietzsche to justify whatever beliefs and opinions they've been carrying since childhood. That's the profession currently. But hey, there are some people who have recognized that and love to read Plato and Pierre Grimes and the people in the Platonic tradition. There are some others who leave out some things. They leave out dream analysis and midwifery, but they talk about the dialectic. Damascius within the Christian tradition, he snuck that in there. Plotinus talks about what it feels like to go through this. Proclus did a lot of work on the dialectic. So there's a few. I've seen people who are interested in that, but you know what happens once they've stopped reading? Back to their problems until next week. In other words, the next level, you're supposed to talk about it. Reflect on it, apply it to your life. Did you gain an insight from the text? Demonstrate it. That's the dialectic. Let's go back to dialectic. You've gained an insight, you've gained a new definition from the text. Function with it. Demonstrate it. In everything you do, in all of the divisions. Every coffee meeting with your friends, every song that you write, put this insight in. In a world where many people think that life is about, without philosophical midwifery and dream analysis that puts an end to belief, a lot of people don't want to speak up because we live in a world based on oppression and belief. The violence of punishment. If you speak up, someone can clip chimp you. Oh, you made a mistake. Now I get to abuse you the same way I was abused by my parents, but that's okay. I'm not suing you for my sadism. I'm not punishing you for my sadism. I'm not getting my followers to pile on you for my sadism. No. I'm actually good like my mummy and daddy who did it to me, says the ignorant zombie. I'm actually teaching you a lesson. Punishment. The bullshit idea that's used to justify man's cruelty and ignorance and inhumanity against man. You know what never happens in punishment? Learning. Actually, there's one thing they learn. Never speak up. Never get caught. So, even that next stage of meaning can be a big step for some people. We're supposed to talk with our friends. I myself have found it very difficult to find communities or individuals who are open to this kind of level of reflection. I find it fascinating. I think it's bitchin'. But it's super challenging for most people. The flip side of that is when you do find someone who is open-minded, curious, okay with having questions, interested in answering, again, questions and answers, right? Wanting to answer those questions with understanding and not belief, then because of how rare they are, you cherish them. And because we can actually talk, we can do some things that a lot of people are blocked from doing. Speaking up about what you find brilliant or beautiful or amazing about those friends. Other people will say, oh no, you're only supposed to insult your friends. That's how you be cool or show love. Or you don't say good things because it's cringe. Or to people who are blocked from this level, maybe you've been in situations where you've given people a compliment and the person all of a sudden goes into fucking vicious mode. Compliment, what? They don't trust you. Or they want to take advantage of your goodness. Something about giving a compliment to certain sorts of people turns them into monsters. But with these sorts of people who are actually interested in understanding, I guess because see that now and then, yeah. But we get to talk with our friends. Another upside of, even though as we get further up the mountain, the air gets thinner, to quote that expression, or there are fewer people that you can relate to in a meaningful way at the level you're at. But the thing is, you can keep the relationship. Sometimes, or normally, or often, when people have a difference of opinions or a fight, that's it. See ya, never. Die mad.
Just shut the fuck up forever. Just shut the fuck up. Just forever.
Just forever. But because that we cherish them and we're in the game of learning the logos and purifying our pathologos, as Liminal was saying, a seeker of truth and a slayer of ignorance, we're doing both, you can't do one without the other, then any problem is a potential source for insight. In other words, you keep the relationship going. We talked about Emperor Justinian, Fuckface McGee, to whom we say,
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to see that.
You're having a mental health episode
Fuck
and...
you. Actually, fuck you.
Actually, fuck you. I didn't say that. My soundboard did. What do they do to the philosophers? Kill them, or exile them, or threaten them, or mock them, or ignore them. See, 5 causes applied negatively as a counter-attack to truth. So we don't do that. We recognize that we are engaged in the most meaningful activity, the literal, so far, 1, 2, 3 meanings of life, which means it will be the most challenging. It's supposed to surface your blocks and problems, as well as surface your insights. You give birth to both. That's why it's midwifery. Sick babies who need to be aborted, and healthy babies that can become not human babies, but works that can last 1,000 years as objects of man's reflection, rivaling even Homer and Hesiod or the Quran and the Bible. To quote Socrates' teacher Diotima. Speaking apparent truths can lead to misunderstanding. Yes, but if someone's not understanding and they're this kind of a person, they love understanding, or good heart and good head, then you can say, oh, where did you miss the mark? Because dialectic's a win-win.
It's a win-win.
As you explore an idea, you go step by step together. Do you agree with this? Yes. Okay, next step. Do you agree with this? What? I'm just going to give you a definition. Hey, all learning is remembering. Are you happy with that? Like, we've talked about that before. We've read it in the text that we're reading. Actually, I'm not with you. Oh, okay. That was a simple definition. The self itself. I just said the thing itself. But let me break it down a little bit further. Demonstration. Let me give you an example. Self to others. In other words, you know how no one told you what beauty is, right? You haven't gone to a school for beauty, but if you're walking down a street, someone beautiful walking the other way, instantly you're drawn. Instantly you pay attention and you recognize beauty. So you're kind of remembering something that you haven't learned here, but you must have learned in a previous dimension or prior to your birth. Now I'm with you. Okay, now we go on to the next point. Seeing as learning is remembering, etc., keeping on your dialectic. But maybe, hey, I'm not with you with that demonstration or single example. Let's break it down further. Division. Break it down to the parts. Maybe use other examples. Maybe talk about what if it wasn't remembering? What if everything we learned we had to have experienced with our physical senses? Have you ever seen same? Have you ever seen different? You ever seen two sticks the same size? Look closer. Bet you haven't. Recognized it though. So talk, and what if it isn't? What if, what kind of a world would it be if there was no apprehension of non-physical ideas through some sort of remembering? Taking them through the steps or the divisions to a conclusion. Therefore, we're together. Now, you might not have had to go through that whole dialectic on that one idea because they're with you at the definition, or they were with you with the demonstration. Or you had to go through the division and conclusion. It's a win-win-win. And all of that applies equally to our problems, only in the reverse order. They'll start with the conclusion. No, I can't do that. I'm not good enough. I'm a small bean. I'm a bad noodle. My logos or understanding can't do that. My mind or ousia isn't good enough. I can't know the nature of reality. Or my self goals are not important. Myself is garbage. My mind is garbage. My understanding is garbage. Any of that stuff is a conclusion. Go in the opposite direction. Ah, interesting. By the way, what were the divisions? What was the voice? How did it feel? How did it sound? What words came up? Put more divisions on it. What was it like? Use analogy. Or divisions. Do you have a history with putting yourself down in that way? Is it playing out in your present? Has it had a history in the divisions of your past? Can you trace it back to the earliest? Could you see how that might lead you to a certain future fate? What's the earliest demonstration of that? Or if you can't remember the earliest, what's the most significant time in the past where you've had that state of mind that you've broken down? How it sounds, the words, how it feels, feelings, the states of mind, the words, the language. By the way, the people in that scene who convinced you of that belief, that has that division in your life, significance in your life, that leads you to these conclusions, stagnant conclusions that keep you stuck in your problems. How were they actually functioning? Give them the correct names, the significance of proper naming. Naming is a big deal. It's naming that we get the right words. It's the words that we can think through. And if we don't have the right words, we can't think the right way. That's why we need these words like ousia and logos. But also, hey, were these teachers actually wise, or did they just appear to be wise? See, you're asking the questions and they'll give you the answers. Who was doing that? My mum. Ah. Who told you this idea that you suck or whatever their block was? My mum. Ah, is that the right definition? Was she functioning as a mother when she passed this lie on to you as part of what it means to be a Jew, what it means to be a Christian, what it means to be a Joneses, what it means to be a MAGA, whatever, to be one of the family clan? Nope. Not at that moment she wasn't being a mother. What was she being? The correct naming. How did she appear? So beautiful and knowing. Was she? See? Judging, asking the questions and judging the answers. And the thing is, even though there are few people who are genuinely interested in removing their problems, growing, learning, and reaching the true purpose of existence, the meaning of life, knowing themselves and showing themselves in the proper way, their ideal way, we can go through, whether you're blocked in your understanding, you can go through the dialectic to get back on board, the opposite of debate. In other words, oh, I didn't understand that idea about learning being remembering. That's okay. I get to practice being a dialectician, which is the meaning of life. You get to Now we get to do I get to practice being the instrumental cause of the dialectician, which is a meaning of life within the set. You get to do the activity of the dialectic, which is another meaning of life answer within the set of causes. It's a win-win-win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win-win.
Wow. So, either in the dialectic, or if you're blocked or got a pathologos, either the logos, following the logos, or addressing the pathologos, we can do both. So, even though there are fewer people with which we can engage in this kind of a way, we cherish them. We don't end relationships over a problem or a block or a mistake. They become source of reflection over the next coffee. Or if you don't see it, your dreams will. Your dreams will pick up what you miss. Do dream analysis tomorrow. It's a
Win-win-win.
Cool as a
Cool as a cuke. So, and it's going through that. So we are reading, taking care of our body. We're not getting wasted every single day because we're hedonists or whatever. We're taking care of our body or meeting our material cause of the physical dimension. We are engaging in reading, so we have stuff to talk about. Logos or pathologos. We're talking about it, and we're keeping the relationships alive, and we're cherishing these people who are rare birds in this world. And as a result, we're discovering and practicing the dialectic, which is the model for how we take care of our body, fitness, music, whatever. It's the model for self-reflection in the best kind of a way. It's the model for reading. When we read, we look for the dialectic. That's what we've been doing as we've been reading this text, right? Hey, Socrates started out with this question about whole and parts. Then he went on to same and different. He's doing the dialectic. Sometimes we see dialectics within every paragraph, because that's the level of profundity of someone who is a master of the logos or dialectic. You see through it. It's a kind of mastery that changes how you are. Like you learn English, you see through it. You master skateboarding and you see the world as a giant skate park without even thinking. Skate eye, they call it. So that's a big level up. You learn or you discover the dialectic, or Hermes. Apollo and Aphrodite lead to Hermes. So what? The meaning of life is to take care of yourself enough to read so you can have some good things to talk about with good people. So you can together realize there's such a thing called dialectic. What's that? What's that mean? Oh, dialectic addresses the pathologos and the logos. The dialectic is the objective, true, demonstratable, provable, verifiable understanding, universal understanding that all pathologos or problems are solvable. So, chin up, keep going, keep that courage going, keeping your cool, keep in the game. And that's the pathologos and the logos. Our highest purpose or spiritual fulfillment, knowing and experiencing the nature of reality, and beyond that, that's the penultimate, second last, knowing the ultimate nature of self, understanding and experiencing that, is also understandable and reachable through understanding. You don't have to pray or sacrifice your money to the preacher or to the gods. What you sacrifice is your ignorance. What you sacrifice is your dearly held false naming, false definitions that gave rise to your problems or your pathologos. That's the true nature of sacrifice. And that's what we looked at in the book as well. Not sacrificing the good like belief does, but sacrificing the bad, sacrificing belief for understanding. So, a pretty neat thing to realize. There is an objective paradigm of reality called the dialectic that can be used to remove your problems, all problems, like Achilles was the worst person, he became the best. Reach your highest goals, understand your dreams, and you can also function through it. The 4 aspects of the dialectic. What do you see as the attributes of God or the highest logos? That's a question that is a good question. Keep it. To keep that question is to be on a quest. Don't drop that question or hold on to that question. Right, that's the sort of question in the positive. So, if the dialectic is the paradigm that we can realize as the meaning of life in our physical goal, our physical world, physical realm, and the dialectic has these 4 categories that we went through, applied to either the logos, our problems, or or the logos, pathologos or logos, we can do a dialectic on the dialectic and say, hang on a second, you can apply the dialectic to the truth of self and reality. That's your question. Philosophy. You can apply the dialectic to the false, removing your problems. You can apply the dialectic. You need to be doing dream analysis for both. The way of unpacking the meaning and language of your dreams is the dialectic, and also you can share it. Can add to the Dharma, add to the tradition, keep the teaching or Dharma alive. So that's the dialectic you can wake up to. So all of that is in the physical realm. So I will get back to your question in a moment. I'm building to it. So hey, what's the meaning of life? Are you in the physical dimension? Here are 4 answers: the material, the activity, the instrumental, and the model or paradigm. But what's the sake? Why go through that? So what? So what? So I learnt that all problems are solvable and our highest questions, like the ones you just asked, are answerable and verifiable and experienced. So what? So that you can become, in the physical world, the kind of soul who's open, curious, seeking the truth, seeking the good, seeking the real. There's our inner triad of the soul. And even become pregnant with questions or puzzles about as you just did. So this would be the cause you're at. Give birth to questions about self and reality. Give birth to questions about your problems. Or those other 2 things, dreams and how you function or share it with others. Ultimately, give birth to questions about the truth or what you're carrying that's false. Become a pregnant soul that's open, curious, and okay with having questions and desire loving understanding. So those rare people that I talked about, they're people who love understanding. They really want to understand, and they love to share understanding, and they see that they can share their understanding in a way that benefits. They are amazing, brilliant souls, special angels on the planet. I get the impression it is primarily loving in nature. Right. There's 2 ideas of love you could talk about. Our together seeking this higher and higher level of truth, understanding, or beauty is love. We want to reach higher and higher levels of beauty. Not just reach it, but join with it. To use an analogy, you find a beautiful girl and you want to squeeze her. Pull her close. But not just for one day, forever. So an eternal connection. So our desire for the higher levels of beauty and our deepest and most longest lasting connection with that is the love that propels us, or the seeking of the good. But some people talk about loving in terms of caring or providence. That's also right. The more intelligent you are, or the further up this chain of causes you've reached, the more intelligent you are, the more that you've discovered the dialectic, the more open and curious you are as a person, the more you can share that with other people, depending on where they are. Intelligence and care, intelligence and empathy, or providence is the word that brings the two together. So like more caring, absolutely. So, in the physical world, these are the reasons for life, or our goals, or our purposes. One leads into the other, hierarchically arranged. So what? So now we're an open, curious soul with a question seeking the truth about self-reality or our problems that block us from that journey. What now? Pregnant can be painful. Pregnant is not giving birth. Pregnant is not yet there. Loving, the desire. I don't have the thing I desire. This is the idea of hyperaxis. The highest thing in the physical dimension is the beginning of the next dimension. And what we've got here is a model. So this is bringing back to your question about the logos. We have developed a model using our understanding to realize that the primary Lego pieces or building blocks of understanding is, in the dialectic, self and other. Self and other are different things. They're two different circles. If they were not different things, it would be one circle. But self can experience other. Or whole and parts. Whole and parts are two different ideas, but there's an overlap. Some parts come together into a whole. Same and difference. Sometimes you bring differences into a sameness, but same and different. So it's all Venn diagrams, the building blocks of understanding. But also we can take those terms and understand them within a hierarchical structure. Self, other, whole, parts, one, many, same, different, in time, out of time. That's metaphysics. Metaphysics is understanding the hierarchical ordering of these primary terms. Have you experienced a non-dual state? Well, okay. I'll see if we can bring all those questions together. So therefore, if we have whole and parts, or same and other, or self and other, and an overlap, if it's the paradigm, it applies to everything, which means even dimensions of reality, to relate it to your last question. So in the physical world, or physical experiences, or the lesser, the realm of becoming, where everything's in change, we only see parts. You only see parts with your senses. You never see wholes. If I held up this chicken, you'd see the front parts. You would use your mind to infer that it has a butt, and you'd infer the whole, just like when our parents appeared to be motherly or caring or loving, we inferred from them being so loud or showing themselves, we inferred that they were beautiful, we inferred that they weren't, so we can make mistakes about inferences, giving rise to our problems. So therefore, you have a kind of model or experience in the physical world, and a kind of functioning or activity in the physical world. There's model and activity. The name for the model, which is itself a distortion of true knowing, is belief. Its activity is materialism, or to denounce mind or denounce self. So you can ask the question, as you have you ever experienced a non-physical state? That would be the self experiencing the whole of all parts, or the whole of all parts. That would be the model of reality. You also had a question, what would that logos be? The divine logos. Model activity, ousia logos. Same things. But there has to be well, this is the whole of all parts, because whole and part are overlapping. That's the realm of mind or reality. We have we can therefore look at this map and say, hang on a second, if there's a model and activity giving rise to human ignorance, the cause of our problems, belief and materialism. If there's a model and activity called knowing and understanding, knowing the whole and understanding the parts, that we together call wisdom, which is what we make use of in the dialectic, which is the learning and nurturing we're here to do. What about that area of the circle that's whole, that's not touched by parts? Or, to bring in your question about non-dual, the one that's not many, the self that's not other, the whole that's not parts. If there wasn't that section, then we'd have a Venn diagram, two ideas, whole and parts, they're different, but you'd have whole here, you'd have that overlap of whole and parts, but if you always have to have a whole of parts, then the parts would be like this. You'd have that section of parts that are not put into a whole. You'd have that section of whole and parts, but if there's no part of whole that's beyond or transcending parts or non-dual, then the highest scope of whole would be the highest scope of parts. Then part wouldn't be lesser, it would be greater, because it has everything whole has plus extra. So there has to be, by definition, a level of reality that's non-dual, or whole as not parts, or one that's not many. And that's what we call the self, giving rise to a kind of ousia and logos in the spiritual experience of being. That's philosophy. When you tell stories or make a mythology about that, that's theology. Hello, some guy. Mythology is the metaphors applied to these. Metaphysics or philosophy is the study of this realm, the study of knowing and understanding, or ousia. But there's a higher level, giving rise to the question that you asked, what would be the attributes of the highest God? Not the creator God, the whole of all parts, the demiurgos, but the self. What would its logos or activity be? And what would it be like to experience or know it? Therefore, your two questions that you've raised are the two questions about the ousia and logos of self. So what we have been doing is answering the meaning of life questions relating to causes of the physical realm. Suspect that one is silence at the top. So, not only is ousia and logos the questions you gave birth to, what's it like to experience the non-dual self? Or what would its activity or logos be? It's also how we answer it. So the way we get there is through likeness, to become like the self. Physically, two things can't be the same unless they occupy the same space and time. These are two different stuffies because they can't be in the same space and time. But outside of the physical world of space and time, it's likeness. So, in answering those two questions, you give birth to questions, but also you've given birth to a hypothesis or a logos, silence. Your job, or the spiritual quest, or the meaning of life, is to carry those questions you've given birth to, polish them up, make them nice and shiny, get rid of all the extra words you don't need, so you can carry them as like a laser beam or a polished gem. That's meditation. Sustained concentration on a question puts you in a certain ousia state of mind. Takes you out of the certainty of belief, the cause of ignorance. But also your answer make your answer good too. So you've started with the idea of silence. The trick is to provide, whenever you answer it, make sure it's in the book you're reading. In other words, don't project your own personal opinions and beliefs. You're not going to find an answer that way. Make sure you're reading the sorts of books we read, Socrates or Pierre Grimes, fundamentally, and see if you can find an answer to that question you've been cultivating and questioning only using the words from the text. It's like if you're playing Resident Evil and you've come to a blue gate and you need the blue key. You're supposed to find the key within the book, within the game. You can't say, I actually found a blue key playing Silent Hill. I'm going to carry that over and project it into the game with a ROM hack. No, you can't do that. That's why we read. That's why we said one of the meanings of lives, or one of the causes that we're here to find the ideal answer to, just like building the house, you need the ideal bricks, the ideal building, the ideal builder, the ideal blueprints, you need all of them in your ideal. The second one was to have your nose in the text, so that you can polish up your... Oh, I've lost it. Where is it? Did I delete it? Maybe I did. Polish up your answer as well. Those are the two things. Remember, the dialectic, questions and answers. So, if silence is from the book, which category is it? First of all, what's your question? What's it like to experience the non-dual? Now, from the text, we can change non-dual into, so we can upgrade our question, polish our question. What's it like to experience the one self? See, non-dual sounds like a Buddhist idea or something like that. It's not wrong, but we can polish it up. We can get even more accurate words. It's like to experience the one self, because the one self also contains a bunch of clues. Remember how we had the idea of one and many? Therefore, you're asking a question about the part of one that's not many. Also, we said it was another self and other. Self and other. So another way of answering that question is, what's it like to experience the self without qualities or with no other? That's the significance of having the words from the text, because it has the clues to your answer. So let's say that's your question. You have, and you've read the text, and you have, and Socrates talks about silence or quietude or something like that. You also have to get your answers, your Q's and ifs. Ifs are a likely hypothesis that you built together from understanding. Oh, sorry, some guy. Why do they think there is a one self that is higher than the creator of the universe? Oh, that's easy. Hey, if there's a creator God, does he have a self? Is that self different than what he has? Does he experience? Is there some self experiencing him as a creator? By the way, he is a self. Yep. By the way, to create, do you need a bunch of qualities? Do you need to be able to look at a model? Do you need to be able to create on that model? Do you need some sort of stuff to use to creation? Yeah. So a bunch of qualities that are together as a whole of parts in this area here, or a oneness of qualities. By the way, for there to be a oneness, you need to be a person with attributes and impetus. Right, attributes, impetus, there's a bunch of qualities, and all those qualities come together as a unity or a oneness in the Creator God. Therefore, for my shirt to have blackness, there first has to be the idea of black. For there to be a oneness of all of those qualities, attributes, and impetuses, there has to be first, prior, the idea of what? So if the creator isn't the highest entity, then how or why did the one self create a creator? Yes, that's That's the question. That's a question that it's your purpose or job to carry. Carry, don't drop the question. That takes training. Your friends will say, hey, there's a sports game, but I've got this question. I want to answer this question. You come across some smart dude. You're smart. Answer this question for me. To carry a question is to be on a quest. To carry it without dropping it is meditation. That's the method. Can be difficult because you're bombarded with shapes and colors in the physical world. That's okay. You can find good people out there who you can share these questions with. The other thing, questions and answers, or how do we answer that? So, the question on the board, what's it like to experience the oneself? Now, if in the text Socrates talks about the idea of silence, you have to ask the question, is silence talking about what it would be like itself? Or does silence, is that more how it functions self to others? Is it self in relation to itself, or a definition of the oneself itself? Or is it more how it feels or how it demonstrates? Or is it more of the effects of that demonstration or that functioning to others? Is it more how it divides up? You provide silence in your meditation, or you have a state of silence when you read or something like that. Or is silence in the category of having been affected? How then do you relate back to the idea of the oneself? You got to find what, if it's the key from the right video game, if it's a word from the text, you got to arrange it into your hypotheses. That's practicing the dialectic. That's the meaning of life. Let me rephrase, if the oneself is not a person and without attributes and impetus, then by what agency does it create a creator? Notice 2 questions. Same question, but 2 causes. One was a why did it create? Why did the oneself unfold? And the second one was by what agency, or how did it do that? That's why we need the causes. Just as we said, hey, the meaning of life is to give birth to questions, but also the meaning of life is to learn the dialectic and how to answer. What are they, 2 meanings of life? No, there's just one. There's a hierarchical ordering of terms or causes, just as how did the self create reality and why did the self create reality? So using the model of causes, you see Billy living in his house, you can ask, how did he create the house? You can say, oh, because he got a bunch of bricks on sale at Costco or whatever. Oh, because he hired the right builders. Oh, because there's a college in town where people get to learn the skill of building. These are all answers of how he got a house. Oh, because he got some decent blueprints. Then you could ask, well, what's the sake for which he did all those things? Or what's the first cause of him going through all this? But here's the thing. The first cause is Billy needed a place to live. But here's the thing about the first cause. It's also a final cause. How do you know the house is being completed? What's the final step? First and final cause. I think there's a possibility that the proposed oneself isn't the highest self, or even the oneself. Right. That is a question. As you read, carry it. as you find the key logos or terms, not from your own personal opinions, not from Kant or Hegel or any of those guys, because we all know
Kant's a little fucking bitch.
Kant's a little fucking bitch, because
Kant would say some fucking bullshit.
Kant would say some bullshit only from the masters of the logos. That's why we read these books. Then you have to look for, as you read, a kind of blueprint or paradigm using the material from the book in this activity of the dialectic, meaning you are practicing your purpose as the instrumental cause of the dialectician by carrying this question and building this map or blueprint of what is reality, such that there's a one self that gives rise to a creator or mind or what we call being, that then somehow goes through some activity to create the physical cosmos. And if there's a one self, what's the principle or reasons or understanding or dialectical structure of understanding that shows there has to necessarily and beautifully, Apollo and Aphrodite, be a higher cause than even the self? So in other words, by carrying that question, reading along with us, looking for the terms in the text. So what are you doing? Let's go back to our causes. You're in the physical world still at the moment, but you can fulfill your purpose or meaning. You can make sure you take care of yourself, develop the virtues, keep your cool, keep your courage, just keep learning, even though your beliefs and society and family will tell you to do something else. That's taking care of your body, developing the virtues, courage, keeping your cool, seeking the logos. And you carry those questions as you read. So now you're doing the activity, the greatest or the ideal activity human beings can do on this planet: read the books that we read. That makes use of Usia and Logos. And we're reading somebody who's gone through this and mastered it themselves. But hey, would you have seen the significance of your question if you weren't also talking with friends? That's your instrumental cause. That's your doing cause. You don't just read, you do something with it. Talk about it. Draw little maps on a blackboard like we're doing. Actually do a dialectic if you've got enough terms from the book. So, taking care of your body, keeping your cool, those virtues that we talked about, reading, material cause, your activity cause. Talking about it, you're the instrumental cause. Hey, use your dialectic as you're learning about the dialectic to develop a model to answer your questions. And what that will lead you to is it will make you genuinely the most open, curious kind of soul, genuinely seeking the true, good, and real answer to your question, either about your question about self and reality, or about the problems and blocks and the things that have made it difficult for you to keep doing those things. You'll surface both. You're a human, meaning you're here specifically to surface your false beliefs about self, because you can't be Socrates if you think that you are less. You can't actually answer this question about the self beyond the one self if you think that you are shit or stupid or no good or not beautiful enough, because your question is about the literal highest good. Would you agree? You won't be satisfied until you both understand the reasons, the necessity for the answer to your question, and you verify your hypothesis or dialectic by actually experiencing for yourself the self beyond the one self. Would you agree you won't be satisfied until you have both? Therefore, you have to experience the ultimate kind of self, which means if you are carrying any diminished view of yourself that's inconsistent with the literal ultimate, you will be blocked from what your goal is. But that's good, because what we're saying is you're supposed to be. You are literally reincarnated because there was something blocking you from that journey that you are now able to address through time, through the physical dimension, through playing out those 5 causes applied to human physical dimension. You have the capacity, therefore, to learn about the false idea of self that was the cause of your reincarnation, that's the cause of all of your blocks and suffering in everything you do, and your daydreams, and your tangents, and your fantasies.
Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together.
Oh, okay. And as we all have, therefore we're reading together. Fits? Because you have to be doing both. You have to be giving birth to the questions about the self, which creates the conditions or causes for you to arise any false image of yourself that's inconsistent with that, and your purpose is to do both. Therefore, the material, activity, instrumental, model, and first and final cause are 5 final causes that are the ideals of being in the physical dimension. There is a definite possibility that the creator is the origin not just of the universe, but of the proposed oneself, and possibly isn't even oneself. Well, it would be a very strange model of creation, right? If it's the cause of everything that exists, you couldn't say this God exists, could you? So you could even make that same, if there is something itself that you are calling the ultimate. Now again, ideally you want to get the words from the text, but let's use the word ultimate just for now. Ultimate itself, that's the cause of everything in existence. Then this God that you're talking about can't exist. It would be a very different idea of creation than anything that's ever existed. Painter creating a painting. So, don't drop your idea, don't drop your opinion, but make sure that you go through the meaning of life. You do your purpose. You do what you're here to do. Create your excellence. You make sure that you look for the answers in the text. Reflect on it. Holding your question, reflecting, that's your ousia. Build a model using the dialectic. And if you do that, you will eventually become so puzzled about your question, or what's been stopping you from answering your question, what's been pissing you off, or what you're most curious and wondering about. And you know what? You won't be able to answer either. But you will be so goddamn puzzled. I am sick to death of dropping my question. I'm sick to death of always telling myself I can't answer that question. I'm sick to death that when I finally find someone to talk to, but then I act real weird, or I embarrass myself, or I try and make a joke to appease them, but I end up coming off like an idiot, or whatever it is that comes up to. I'm sick of this problem. And you will see it over and over and over again, so long as you keep doing these 5 causes, you keep your question, you keep reading, you keep talking, you keep looking for the dialectic. You will experience it over and over again, and you'll start to notice it in every area of your life. You'll start to even notice it in your fantasies. Ooh.
You moron. You absolute fucking buffoon. You got disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
Just so disgusting making these jokes. It's not a joke. Actual fantasies. Your tangents. Your daydreams, and you might even notice it in your night dreams. In your relationships. Everywhere. You're supposed to. It's supposed to get you stung. That's called being stung. completely puzzled, all out at sea, either about what's pissing you off or your problems, or this wonderful question that you can't seem to solve, but you really, really want to know what the fuck is the cause of everything. How did this all come? And if it's the first and final cause, it's also my goal. So what is it if it's me? Existence is a paradox, whichever way you look at it. Depends. There could be ways of looking at it that you haven't seen yet. Either oneself has always existed, or the creator has always existed. Or, well, see, this is the thing. Try not to cut yourself down. What if there's a level of reality beyond existence? See? Of these two options, which has impetus and agency? That is the one that must therefore be the primordial origin. Is one opinion, don't let it go. But here's a spanner in the works. Where did existence come from? By the way, if you say something exists, God, the creator, the one self exists, are you saying two things? Are you saying there is therefore the thing itself as this yellow circle, which participates in some quality called existence? How can oblivion, where did you get the word? See, this is the significance. You've now added an idea of oblivion. The quote is, how can oblivion be a level beyond existence? I don't know what you mean by oblivion. I haven't heard this idea before. It's not in the book. It might be some idea you're carrying from your own personal beliefs or your family clan that might get in the way. A level beyond existence. Yeah, but what has oblivion got to do with that? What is it? Well, first of all, what does oblivion mean? Oblivion sounds like destruction or something. He was pounded into oblivion. She was.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
Sorry.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, bro. See, this is the thing. As you, the statement, a Buddhist might call it nothingness or emptiness. See? It could be you are carrying beliefs from another text, from Buddhism. Oblivion means the opposite of existence. What, you mean like non-existence? 0 and 1. Hey, by the way, pathologos, your false belief about yourself, does that exist? Is that the opposite of existence because it doesn't? Nihilism? There is nothing? It's the opposite of existence? What about the idea of transcending existence? So it's not the Buddhist idea of emptiness or nothingness, but a much better idea of transcending. Because if it's the cause of existence, this is just logic. No, it ain't. Can't be nothingness. Because nothingness is still something that has a certain qualities, a lack of things. Or another way of saying it, if there is some creation of everything that exists, would you agree that causes have to be greater than its effects? Therefore, would you agree also that whatever somebody creates is some sort of expression of what they have themselves? Therefore, if there's a cause of existence, it's not non-existence or emptiness or nothingness. It would have to contain more inherently within itself that which allowed it to generate existence. See, this is the key idea of reading the text. Yes, of course, the cause is greater than the effect, like the sun is greater than the sunlight. Exactly. See, the sun and the sunlight is a metaphor we got from the text. Socrates describes the self beyond all qualities as the sun. He describes the activity of separating your soul from your body and experiencing mind or reality itself as the sun rays. That's why we read. Socrates knows. He's a master of the logos. We want to pick up his language, his metaphors. Otherwise, we'll be unwittingly, unknowingly smuggling in our own personal beliefs and opinions. That'll block us. It's okay. You're supposed to. We got a drop for that. I need to get... It's okay.
Wrong. You're so wrong. But that's okay. We're all allowed to be wrong sometimes.
We're supposed to be wrong sometimes. Most of the time. Because we wouldn't be here if we weren't. Potential without form. Ah, see? The word potential. That sounds like Aristotle. Aristotle's way of making sense of the world. What was Aristotle's problem? He was stuck in the physical world. He lost metaphysics and midwifery and dream analysis. But hey, don't believe me. Don't drop your idea of potential or nothingness or emptiness. Don't drop your idea of oblivion. But also create a second hypothesis. Remember, you're creating a sack of questions and a sack of hypotheses in your inventory. Answer the question with the sun analogy and answer the question with oblivion. And because we're all on this, I like to hold multiple paradigms. Yes, that's the goal. That's creating hypotheses. Don't pick favorites. As you learn and read more, some of these hypotheses you will see for yourself. They won't be able to adequately explain the other things you've come to see. So some will drop away. Some you can polish up. That's the game. But see, we'll always be talking at cross purposes. Liminal will be using Buddhist language. Some guy will be using maybe I don't know where he got the word oblivion from, language. Someone else might be talking about Aristotelian language, but we'll always be debating each other like the YouTube slop debate bro podcast and modern philosophy crap. We'll always be talking at cross purposes. Why? Because in reading, we have the activity cause. Another word for the activity cause is the mean cause. There's us as the instrumental, the builders. Us three are builders. We've got our hard hats on, looking pretty spiffy. We have the material that we are relating to, but we need some activity. So the material could be the question, or another person, or our ignorance. But we need some sort of activity that we can all focus on, so we have the same language. So we're reading the same text. There's a famous, in the news recently, there was some religious nutjob scammer whose mum was a religious nutjob right-wing scammer. So, you know, obviously the family tradition, the pathologos. And she took a subject at college she wasn't interested in, some psychology course, I think, because the assistant teacher was trans. And her way of demonstrating savage, barbaric, fucking stupid loyalty to the family clan, the literal cause of all human problems, is to imitate Mummy. That's her role. So Mummy doesn't like the transes. So she took some course, and instead of using the text to answer the question from the text, she started quoting her beliefs. I believe that God wants men to be men and women to be women. I believe that hell exists. She didn't even quote the Bible. There was no text she was even quoting. It was the most garbage non-answer to an academic essay I've ever seen. And it's been in the news the last week because she went to the other religious scamming tyrants, fucking fascists who are murdering children and stealing everything and not protecting the planet and killing people because they're sick with their pathologos, the American right-wing fucking religious bullshit sphere, and said, "Oh, I was persecuted because of my personal beliefs." And Therefore, fire the trans person. What do believers do? They can't actually do this, understanding. They can only inflict the same sadistic harm that their parents inflicted upon them as a fake mark of knowing, or, using the map, the model and activity, the knowing and understanding, the ousia and logos of reality that we're here to experience in philosophy through understanding, is imitated in the lesser physical appearance of knowing and activity. That's belief. And opposition to understanding, strict dualism. So here she is opposing, oh, my teacher wanted me to learn how to think and understand and write an essay, but my beliefs say I want to hurt that person and watch them suffer. That's the nature of human suffering. Sadism. Human beings who are not awake to our purpose for the dialectic, the causes we just went through, will seek to imitate the actual causes by imitating the physical appearance of their parents and revel in the infliction of suffering. That's sadism. Notice cruelty is the point for the religious people. Cruelty is the point for the billionaires and right-wingers. But what we can do is understand why that is. It's the cognitive function of ignorance, belief and opposition to our benefit, model and activity. That's the shadow. Or as we've been talking about, how does the oneself reflect on itself in a curious way to give rise to the creator God? Human beings do a similar thing, but to non-being, or not real, non-logos, or the pathologos. Human beings imitate the functioning of the self giving rise to creation, or the creator giving rise to the physical world. Through belief, we give rise to sadism and the pathologos. Belief and the pathologos, not ousia and the logos. But notice what she was supposed to do is have some mean term, some actual verifiable facts that they've been studying in the class, and use the language from those studies to answer the question from the text. Otherwise, you're just carrying your own personal beliefs. That's the activity cause, or to use the builder analogy, hey, the builder has to somehow relate to the bricks. He needs the activity of building. And that's hard to see because what we're doing now is we're going out of the physical world. Let's say you have recognized the 5 causes of the physical world. Oh, let me catch up with chat first. I find in some religious debates, people are saying the same thing with different terminology. Yes. That's why you need the same text. Oblivion is a good word to describe a complete state of ignorance, a void of non-existence. Ah. See, you've added words on. See, this is good. You had this idea, a simple definition. I asked you a question about it. You answered the question. You therefore reflected ousia and you put logos. That's the game. So you put more words on. Now it's coming to light, and we can all see it. We can all benefit. You benefit. You've got a deeper understanding of this word you've been carrying. We can also see it too. That's the game. Ideally, creating the conditions and causes that you feel comfortable putting words on your ideas. You're never going to be blamed or shamed or put down, I hope. I hope I don't come across like that. I never mean to. Because we're supposed to find our ideas, our words. And our problems are when she was young, when this Christian weirdo was young, and her mother dumped this bullshit on her, she wasn't allowed to speak up. She wasn't encouraged to ask questions. She wasn't encouraged to put more words on her ideas. So you're doing well. So, you're keeping your cool. You're following courage, you're staying in the game, you're not hurting yourself, you're not putting yourself down, you are taking care of your material form so that we can continue to come back and read as much as we can. I try and stream every day if I can. And I post them on YouTube and whatever. Again, not a lot of people into it, but it's the best people who are.
I'm a real living being.
A real living being. So you're doing the activity of reading the text, which gives us a shared terminology that we can each focus on. That's the mean analogy. Another example of that is Diotima, master of the Logos woman, taught Socrates. And because we are reading Socrates now in this book, Socrates is the mean term that Diotima focused on, and we focused on so that we can become like Diotima, masters of the Logos and the dialectic too. Know the self and understand it. See, we are way down at the bottom, she's way up at the top, but because Socrates went through this and you know, spoke about it and talked about it, we can both focus on the same thing. That's why if you ever see a debate on YouTube, some philosophy slop tube, you got some fascist saying, I read this study that says all gay people are terrible. And then there's some other person saying, hang on, what's that study? Oh, never mind. But I've made my conclusion. No. It needs to be on the board. You need to be both looking at the same thing. Otherwise, you can just make up no facts and evidence or reasons, make up anything. Similarly, the builder is much more intelligent than the bricks. How does the builder relate to the bricks to build a house? There's some sort of activity called building. Now, of course, that's a low physical example. The meaning of life is not to build houses, although in the activity of building, if you happen to be a builder, you can reflect on the causes that you're participating in and saying, hey, what's the ideal? Or not building a house, but our soul. Therefore, us reading gives us a mean term that Socrates as the instrumental cause can focus on and we can focus on. So, we're taking care of ourselves, we're practicing our virtues, keeping our cool, following the Logos even though our beliefs say don't and it feels weird, dropping our image, sacrificing our images and old ways of being even though it's scary, courage, scary to let go of everything you've used to solve problems up to now. That's the material cause. Helping you to keep reading, that's the activity, the greatest activity. The greatest thing we can do isn't build a house, it's read. Because houses don't last forever and you're going to die. But if you're reading not just anything but the Logos, that's eternal. That will relate to any dimension, any galaxy, any planet, any reincarnation. It's literally the only kind of learning and nurture that's going to be worth a damn beyond this lifetime. So the meaning of life. Well, in a sense, as the activity cause. But you need to be talking about it to encourage each other, encourage your friends to put words on your question, give birth to the questions, realize where you're blocked, get frustrated, get confused, but have fun with being confused. That's ousia, or the instrumental. Aphrodite, seeing the pieces come together or where they're stuck. Eventually you realize, well, this giving birth to questions and structuring my answers, that's the dialectic, Hermes. The dialectic is the model of everything, even building a house. As you practice the dialectic, you'll realize you won't be able to do it. You will be stuck. You're supposed to be stuck. Because this is the physical dimension of causes. Now you've reached that for the sake of which you've gone through all those things, met those rare people, reached out to them, tried to be your best. And the book said things like, Try not to be too much of a gooner straight away.
I think it's awesome.
Show an understanding, show a value, desire to maintain that relationship, all the things we talked about. Even though they're rare, we can play this game where we value them, we can talk about how great they are. But through understanding, we can share words that reflect their brilliance, but also can develop them, help them improve themselves, show a desire to understand the person and maintain a relationship with that person. To the point where we're absolutely stuck. We've got this idea or question about self and reality we can't answer. We've got this problem we can't get rid of, and we've tried everything. Good. The sake, or the first and final cause, sometimes called that for the sake of which Billy living in a house, is the pregnant soul. Now that's a hypoxis. Hypoxis is if you have levels or dimensions of reality. You've got the physical world and the non-physical world and the world of oneself, and perhaps, according to some guy's idea, there might be a world beyond even the oneself. How do we transition? This overlap here is the hypoxis. So Aphrodite and Apollo, reading and reflecting, eventually you come to the dialectic. That's the hypoxis. Or the greatest functioning you can do in the physical world, the excellence of the human being. The hypoxis is the top of this one, but it's the bottom of the next one. So too, as you go through this realm, hypoxis into this realm, hypoxis into your final goal. You reach the end. So the final cause is the hypoxis. So now you're a pregnant party, you're stuck, you are stung. You can't answer either your question about the truth or your problem. Why is that a hypoxis? Because now, with a question, by going through these, and only by going through these, have you met the conditions necessary to be sitting on the chair.
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
That's awesome.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
You've crossed into a new boundary. You're on the chair. What chair? The chair for pregnant souls, pregnant with an idea, either a good idea about self or the problem about self, false idea of self. But hey, who's on the other side of the chair? The ideal, instrumental, or doer cause. Let's say doer, because instrumental sounds weird. I have both. The doer. What's the ideal functioning of the human being? Providence. How do we care? How do we benefit? The dialectician, wouldn't you agree? The philosophical midwife. Make it blue. But how does someone who has the art of the dialectic relate to you who is completely at odds? You don't know the answer to your question. You've tried everything. You know you don't know. You know you've tried everything. This is the thing. You have to be there. If you come into a midwife talk and you think, oh, I actually know the answer. I just want to have fun, or I just want to be the center of attention. Oh, I just want to show myself as a good Christian by shooting down this thinker. Oh, I know better than the dialectician. Get the fuck out. To that we say,
Blowing from Stupid Town?
what are you blowing from
Big
Stupid Town?
boobs. Huge, massive tits.
Cool as a cuke.
What's the Oracle saying that for?
Big boobs. Huge, massive tits.
We got 2 in a row. It's a random sound dropper. Okay. I didn't think about it that way, but the Oracle is always right, so I'll have to think about big boobs, huge, massive tits some more. I'm puzzled. How does the dialectician relate to you? What do we say we need? The activity cores. Do the thing. Look, got the. There you go. Hooray, light show. So cool. Right?
Gooners.
Hey, I'm not gooning. I didn't say big, massive boobs.
They're secretly turned on by it.
Oh, there they are. So what's the activity? How do we relate to each other? The dialectician can't give you their understanding. And of course, you don't want the understanding of the pregnant person. They're blocked. What was the activity prior? The text. But hang on a second. We said that we could be blocked about 2 things, either our highest goals or our blocks. And we won't be surfacing any of that unless we were reading the text down here. That was the activity cause down here, allowing us to have something to talk about with our friends. The mean cause, the mean reason or cause or meaning of life. So what is the mean term that allows the dialectician or the ideal human functioning or doer relates to someone blocked or pregnant, the person on the chair? Have you ever heard of something that gives you the material as a unanswered question or puzzle, while also giving you the metaphors or symbols or drama that if you learn the language and apply the dialectic to, you can answer the question, giving birth to both questions and answers about both the truth and the false? The question about self and reality and your block? Have you ever heard of something that does both to both? If you haven't, it's called your dreams. In the text, we have seen over and over again both the Jesus and Socrates saying we need to find a place within our system of philosophy for dreams. Socrates stressed it, and of course he didn't do it. We killed him before he wrote about it. Plato stressed it, wasn't able to understand it. Damascus, the last teacher of the academy, stressed it, wasn't able to include it. Proclus, another fantastic teacher at the academy, wasn't able to envelop it within philosophy. Damascus, same deal. Stressed the significance of dreams, wasn't able to include it in his theology. In fact, I think it was literally the last thing we'd been reading. So, Jesus said, so Dionysius came in to mask Platonic philosophy under the cover of Christian images. However, maybe he uncovered an actual inherent philosophical depth to Christian images. Maybe Christianity's fine. So again, Jesus' problem. By the way, this Dionysius, and then there was this guy called Ficino who actually added to what Dionysius was saying. So he's adding to the dialectical tradition, adding to the Dharma. But because he didn't know that Dionysius wasn't actually interested in Christian bullshit, he was just using the images as a metaphor, as we've done with building and skateboarding and basketball, as a metaphor to convey the truth about the logos and dialectic. Ficino didn't realize that, so he made some bogus conclusions about Christianity being savable. Somehow you magic your way through faith into these states of being that Dionysius was talking about, and only Dionysius. No one else, not Paul. Therefore, people make fun of Ficino, but he did add a bunch. And people dismiss Dionysius because he wasn't actually around in the 1st century, but he did better than anyone else in the book. Jesus, but hang on a second, am I correct in saying that for all his vast insight and work, he didn't place dreams as essential to philosophy? And Socrates says yes, he was another one of those who did not mention the importance of the study of dreams all through this book. The importance of dreams, including dreams within philosophy. Let's see it in the book. Remember, don't just believe me. The mean term, the activity term. Let's Apollo it up and see it in the book. Dionysius the so this is Dionysius. So Ficino didn't talk about dreams. Dionysius, the guy who smuggled in philosophy into Christianity. For all his insight, says Socrates, I do it in his voice. For all his insight into the theology, in showing all the descriptions of God are metaphors. He showed he was a master of metaphors. What we have been doing, of course, is the same thing. We've been using metaphors by... What's metaphor? Same relationship, different ideas. Sorry, yes. Different terms, same relationships. Billy is to the house, Billy is to the blueprints as Phronesis is to justice, as a pregnant soul is to the dialectic, as definition is to demonstration. Oh no, you get the idea. You're pointing to different things within different things, but same relationships. That's metaphor. Allowing us to describe it to others, gain further insight ourselves. So we've been doing this very thing ourselves, so hooray for us. He showed he was a master of metaphors, a key trait of philosophy. Of philosophers. He saw behind it all a reality that can be expressed as the one. Here's our structure. And then the unified he reflected on as ousia, and the activity that has given birth to our cosmos, or the creator god. So ousia, or the unified, was the creator god of the cosmos. He placed a high value on dreams, but had not seen how to bring them into his system of theology. So Ficino and Dionysius dropped the ball on dreams. Damascius, the last teacher of the academy before it was shut down by Emperor Fuckface McGee, Christian Emperor Justinian.
Fuck you. Actually, fuck you.
Actually, fuck you. Well said, Oracle. Always right all the time. So Damascius, a crown needs to be placed on Damascius, but not for the highest office. Didn't quite get to the end. Notice, highest office, that's the metaphor that Damascius used. So he talked about the one and the unified and the cosmos in relation to the Pope, the bishops, and the priests, the officers. So interesting parallel there as we go back and weave. That's part of reading, also weaving the parts together from the text. Like finding the blue key in this part of the mansion, taking it to that part of the mansion to open up the next element of the Silent Hill game or the Resident Evil game. So, where's my dudes? A crown needs to be placed on Damascus, but not for the highest office. He has reflected on all of those philosophers we have mentioned. Behind it all, he saw a reality that can be expressed as the one, like Dionysius, and the unified. Oh no, wait. Oh no, that was Damascus. So I'm rereading myself here. Sorry about that. Pondering and reflecting on dreams awakens a recursive intellectual ability that matures and as it is cultivated. The content of the dream is the activity drawn from the life of the dreamer for contemplation. That's our main term. We contemplate on the activity and the drama of the dream. That awakens a recursive or ousia intellectual ability or logos. So it's through dream analysis we awaken our ousia and logos on the next plane, on the next dimension.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
I knew it. The boundary from the physical causes to being on the chair. So now we're in a dimension of mind. We're out of the physical world now. There's nothing to do on that chair but to wonder about reality. Awakens a recursive intellectual ability or logos and ousia that matures as it's cultivated. Oh, you grow. The content of the dream is the activity drawn from the life of the dreamer for contemplation, spiritual method. Contemplation is, so sustained concentration is meditation. When you're able to join with it is the transition from meditation to contemplation. Therefore, Socrates is placing dream analysis as a highest office of spiritual method or yoga. Could dream analysis be the ideal spiritual tradition? The dream comes while we sleep, so that it... Oh, Socrates is talking. The dream comes when we sleep, so that it emerges from the darkness of sleep into the light of the dream, and it passes again into that darkness. Upon awakening, we revert upon it and reflect, and it becomes the object of contemplation. Now I can go back and look at the other people who, well, we can see more and more about dreams. We should probably go through and look at all the parts of dreams, and also look at all of the people who pointed to the significance of dreams but weren't able to include it. But it's a lot to pull together, so we've got enough. It's the object of contemplation, reflecting both our problems and our excellence. Therefore, it's the mean term that we can focus on, unlike that crazy Christian girl we talked about who didn't quote any text, didn't even quote her Bible. Not that she knows how to read, the way that we're learning how to read properly, but she's supposed to quote actual facts and evidence because she's in college. I believe this, based on what? Based on fuck you. I believe it. And don't we respect all religion? Don't we have the freedom to religion? Well, don't we have the freedom to learn and transcend from the ignorant caveman-like way of functioning of belief? Sky Daddy, spaghetti monster in the sky, says that when it's rain, it's God pissing on us. Yes. And also, we should kill those people who look different. Savage stupidity into... Isn't that why you pay for a college education? So, what was she lacking? A mean term or the activity cause. or the mean term cause, you could call it. The object of contemplation, because just as Diotima reflected on Socrates as a teacher, and we reflected on Socrates as the student, we could both reflect on the same thing, so we gain the understanding of Diotima. We are in the tradition of Diotima through Socrates. We become like the master, Diotima, the philosopher queen. Equally so, the dialectician with the art of the dialectic and the pregnant soul on the chair with the problem or puzzle. Philosophical ignorance, as who said it in chat? Someone said it earlier in chat. Let me just scroll back. Someone said the idea of realizing you don't know was a high state, or a good kind of ignorance. I can't find it. I remember someone said it though. I have the best chatters.
But I want to be clear, I'm not AI.
And none of my chatters are AI.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
And they're all perfect and exactly the case.
No, that was a good decision. That was an inherently good decision.
And they make good decisions because...
Making ice cream's a good and courageous thing.
And so is reading with us.
I'm always good.
And that is what I stand for, being good all the time.
And my chatters stand for being good all the time. And they're always good. So, dreams. The ideal, therefore, if that's the case, that it's the object of contemplation for us as the pregnant party, but also it's something the dialectician can look at and draw on the board or write on the notepad if you're having it at Panera Bread. I did dream analysis at Panera Bread with the great Pierre Grimes, the author of this book. I'm very lucky. But the point is, or everyone, whoever was there can look at the book or the board. Therefore, what's the meaning of life? Dream analysis is a correct answer. Not the only answer, it's here. Dream analysis is higher than taking care of the body, learning about the dialectic, because you're participating in the dialectic. So all of this, hey, you won't see the significance. Doesn't matter how many people I have said in my life that the dreams are every single dream is an understandable and profound message from the highest intelligence that knows everything about you and your life and crafts a puzzle for you to solve, as well as giving you the tools or the material to answer it in a way that can solve all of your problems that you have been stuck in, and also help in your development towards your highest purpose. Doesn't matter how many people. Do I think that? Why do I think that? Because it's true. Because I've seen it for myself in going through these stages, reading these books, seeing this, like that section that we just read together. You find another one. He said every dream is from your highest part of yourself. Yup. Absolutely. But hey, don't believe me. The point I was making was, doesn't matter how many people I've said that to. Maybe not every dream though. Maybe yes, every dream. You think your dream maker is like the dreams you get when you're drunk? Oh, yep. You think the dream maker is paid by the word? Sometimes he's just killing time, but somehow knows everything about you and presents a dream you never get bored in because it reflects the image of yourself, and somehow the drama reflects the image, the problems you're going through in your life, but not just going through in your life, but plays it out in different scenes. Some scenes building on the same theme with the previous one, some scenes showing sameness and difference, but also representing the states of mind you've been in your life, high ones or low ones, in a way that if you reflect on it, you'll see an intelligibility running through your whole life, known by a kind of intelligence that has perfectly crafted an infinite number of dreams, not two being the same. You might get bored in a movie, never get bored in your dreams because the main character is you. No, it ain't. He knows the nature of it knows the nature of yourself so well that it presents you with a perfect character. You might get bored of Tom Cruise, but you don't get bored of this one. Even the ones where you're an insect, because every bit of furniture, every metaphor is a clue or representation of the puzzle that you are here to solve, specifically about your negative states of mind and problems and your highest excellence. Always. I agree that the highest, that the highest version of yourself can influence our dreams. Nope, not influence. What's making it? Some are a result of bad sleep. Nope, wrong. But hey, that was quite a big summary that shows the necessity of the intelligence of your dream maker. You can't have these elements without there being a profound intelligence that has a profound excellence of artistry, knows everything about you, can present the image of yourself, always reflecting the problems you're going through in your present, going through your past, always solvable, always beneficial. You can't have that intelligence. But hey, you haven't reflected on your dreams, so how would you know? In other words, what is it that you're carrying from your society that makes you think, well, not all dreams? Says who? Who told you that? Have you done dream analysis? You haven't. I'm not having a dig, sorry, I don't mean it in a negative sense. But in order to get on that, you have? Well, then you know that every dream is profoundly meaningful. You wouldn't be saying that. But hey, what we've been saying is, unless you've been going through these stages, you won't yourself be in a condition where if you think, I know better, some dreams aren't meaningful, you can't be on the chair. You haven't met the preconditions or causes needed for you to do dream analysis. If you're carrying the false belief that some dreams are unintelligible for whatever reason, you can't play. But as I've been saying, doesn't matter how many people I have talked about this to, demonstrated it to, walked them through a dialectic to show it, referred to years of experience, referred to hundreds of thousands of dreams talks done by the master. That's our difference of profoundly meaningful to you. No, it's not a matter of definition. They are all the most profound messages from your guide. Always. But doesn't matter if I say it, because that's just belief. You either already believe me and you'll nod, or you don't have the same belief and you'll say, well, you're just wrong. There are no mundane dreams. It's not a thing. It can't be. But hey, if you don't already think it, you won't agree. That's why we have to be reading the text. So hey, that's the activity cause or the mean cause. Let's see it in the book. Socrates, then I wish you to dream the transcendental bliss and see the difference. Yeah, you can have high states of mind. You can have low states of mind. Remember, both. Let's see it in the text. Otherwise, it's just your belief against mine. That's just for monkeys to throw shit at each other. Let's see it in the text. That's the activity cause. A shared text reflecting someone who's a master. The logos. Well, it allows... Okay, so, within man there is something that can revert upon itself, and from that an activity can emerge. Or simply we can say that the mark of being a living person is to have this power of reversion, as well as the ability to act. Again, we can ousia, reflect, and we can activity, logos. The more philosophical way of saying that is to say that the distinctive mark of the soul of man is that he has what the Greeks call ousia, or substance and activity. Notice, ousia is the self-reflection, but also it's the greatest activity. Notice all of the causes we've gone through all involve reflecting on yourself. Enough to take care of yourself and practice the virtues. Enough to reflect on the self in reading and your questions when you read. Reflect on these ideas with friends. Reflect on the dialectic. Reflect on your puzzles that you've got. Now you can reflect on your dreams. As always, so the activity and the model is ousia. We should say that this activity must include an activity that manifests as the fullest flowering of the human spirit or soul. The name for fullest flowering is hyparxis. The transition from one dimension to another. From everything you needed to get your ass on that seat. Now we see that there are these two ideas in the study of the nature of dreams. Self-reflection and activity in the study of dreams. And to do what we should first explore the dynamics of dreams. And Jesus says, I like the way you're going. You separate the dynamics of dreams from the nature of dreams. Good, good. You could explain what you are about to do, but I wonder if you could take me along through the dialogue, the path of dialogue. I would appreciate that, because taking each step along the way will allow me a chance to reflect and to see it for myself. What are we saying? If I just say it, you either disagree with me, and as I've been saying, doesn't matter how many ways I've done it, or even when I've done dream analysis with people, done many, almost everyone turns away saying, I know better. It's one of those things that everyone thinks they know, like the self. I know what I am, or reality. I know what the world is. Remember? The whole purpose of going through these causes or the meaning of life is to reach our fullest flowering or hyparxis, which is a recognition you don't know. You don't know. That's an essential state of being. To be puzzled, to realize you don't know, because how can you find the truth if you think you know it already? And the hundreds of people I've told about dreams, almost 100% of people, only a couple of rare few have been curious or listened. Most people say, I know better. Dreams have no meaning. Dreams are just neurons firing. Dreams are this or that. That's why we need the reading or the activity cause. Otherwise we stay stuck. Whatever bullshit ass beliefs you got from your family and your society and religion, but mainly your family clan, which is within the domain of our society, your whole life becomes a regurgitating of that bullshit. That's called the pathologos, or the zombie virus, or barbarianism, or the savage nature of human ignorance. You think you know. Everyone thinks they know what they are. And everyone thinks they know what reality is. And of course they do, because every day they get up and do something. How can you know what you're supposed to be doing if you don't know what you are, what the reality is, and therefore how the two come together to reach your intended goal or purpose? Some people are curious. Some people have fun wondering and being curious and not knowing and developing questions. But if we reflect together and reading the text, we can see it for ourselves. If you could say something about your use of the idea of dreams having a nature? Good question, Jesus. To answer it requires that we take a dialogical trip into what is common to all dreams. Since we have discussed dreams before, we can now say that dreams show a kind of unusual intelligence. From what you have said, says Jesus, I would say that if dreams are reflected on in a non-interpretive way, what's the name for understanding without interpretation? You guessed it. The big D. That's what she said.
Would you just blow in from Stupid Town?
Sorry.
Chimps. A chimp kissed a fox once, I think. I do enjoy that.
Stop talking about chimps. A dialectic. What's interpretation? A projection of your own personal beliefs and ignorance, causing your blocks. So, non-interpretive way of reflecting on dreams, another word of saying, the dialectic. What's our job? To find a place within our tradition for dreams that Plato, Damascus, Dionysius, Phoenici didn't do. So that's why we couldn't give them the highest rank. So if we reflect on dreams in a non-interpretive way, then they show a pattern of being part of a rational order. Is that what we've been going through? Seeing a rational order? Does it appear to you that if the dream comes at the right time for the dreamer to reflect and learn from, whether or not they're drunk, or whether or not it's a luminous experience or a problematic experience or anything in between, then what kind of knowledge must the dream maker have of each dreamer for the dream to match the spiritual life of the dreamer? I added that bit about being drunk because it's relevant to the chat we're having. I like those questions, says Jesus, because it causes me to reflect back upon the meaning of what you have said about dreams. From what we have agreed to, I can only say that the dream maker must have an intimate knowledge of the problems the dreamer faces, even when the dreamer is not aware themselves of the kind of problem they are facing. So what can I say but that the maker of dreams far excels in intelligence that of the dreamer? Wow.
Wow. Ow, 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 ow. Wow. 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 Wow.
What I find intriguing is the beauty of the simplicity of the dream messages. Again, beauty or simplicity or wholeness and rational order. What are the gods? Rational order, Apollo, beauty, Aphrodite. And what are we looking for? A non-interpretive way. What's that? The hyparxis of beauty and order. Apollo and Aphrodite, Hermes. Non-interpretive or dialectical approach. So you can't understand your dreams unless you are, again, going through these causes that lead you to learn the dialectic, which also leads you to become puzzled. If you don't know the dialectic and you haven't seen how the dialectic fits within dream analysis, you don't know dreams. You're just interpreting. Dream interpretation. You've been on a BuzzFeed website about what dreams mean, or you've ordered a dream interpretation book from Oprah's book club or something like that. Or you've listened to some modernists, Freud or Kant. But we know that
Kant's a little fucking bitch.
because
Kant would say some fucking bullshit.
What I find intriguing, says Jesus, is the beauty of the simplicity of the dream messages. It condenses so much in a few sentences and only with a few images. Really? Even a few images are profound. Even a few sentences in a restless sleep, we might say. Even they can be unpacked in dream analysis to show a profound significance. Oh, I would never have guessed. Only I would have guessed because I've seen it 100 times. But don't believe me, see it in the text and verify it for yourself. In other words, go through those causes to put yourself in that seat. Be okay with not knowing. Drop the certainty. Which you can only do by reading and talking and finding that non-interpretive method. And in trying to go through that process, realizing you're stuck. And realizing you're stuck and you don't know how to answer. You're stuck, you don't know how to answer, you're all out at sea, you have aporia or you're stung. Aporia is a Greek word. You've met the conditions for the transition into being on that chair. So now you can be the ideal material cause of the soul. The ideal material, or let's say the ideal material cause of the mind. Just as the builder has the excellence of building that can work on the bricks and the wood, so too, the excellence of mind, the dialectician, can use the activity of dream analysis, the dialectic applied to the most significant. Now you can do, you say philosophical midwifery. If you have problems that you've seen in your everyday life, sure, you can reflect on that, but they always don't even come close to your dreams, because as we've seen, the maker of dreams far excels in intelligence, the intelligence of the dreamer. So what you think your problems are is nothing compared to what the dream maker knows your problems are. That's okay, because your first reading of your dreams will reflect your I know what my problem is. That's your problem. That's part of it. Your first definition will reflect the problem. But again, that's part of the dialectic. So yes, the ideal cause or the meaning of life for those who awaken to the level of, what are they? Self-reflection, ousia, and unfolding activity, logos. That's what makes us evolved. What was the quote? These two things as the distinctive mark of the distinctive mark of the soul of man is what Greeks call ousia, or substance and activity. So we've been using the word ousia and logos to distinguish the activity from the substance, but they both contain each other. Our self-reflection is intelligible. We reflect with understanding. There's our logos, and our activity, while it's the dialectic, also involves self-reflection too. So it's both. So those who have awakened to the dimension of mind, or what it means to be a human being, let's say this color, or ousia and logos, the two things that's the distinctive mark of being a human being, what we've been saying distinguishes us from cabbages, cows, and caterpillars. Ousia and logos, the dimension of mind, means that the meaning of life for those who have awakened to that level, only from going through this process formally. Now there are, as we've been saying, there are some wonderful people out there who are naturally on their own accord discovered these for themselves. This is the dialectic. In other words, it's universally true. If you apply yourself with a genuine good character and good heart and good mind, good heart and good head, you will reinvent this. So there are people who are taking care of themselves and are trying to their best to improve and their character and their body, and take care of their body and learn to be courageous, learn to keep the cool when they have to, learn to speak up when it can be challenging, and learn to do it with grace and charm. Far more entertaining than this jabroni. people who enjoy reading and learning, who yap with their friends, talk, reflect on what's most meaningful and significant with them, and are also discovering in doing those things that there is an underlying skill of that understanding called the dialectic that runs through everything. And I've been practicing being okay with not knowing, being puzzled. As I said, I've talked to many people about dreams with many years of experience and expertise of dream analysis myself, but almost no one listens. Almost everyone thinks they know better, despite being completely ignorant. Despite the fact that our highest activity or meaning of life, core activity, cause meaning of life, is dream analysis. In other words, people are so ignorant and fiercely loyal to their ignorance that they work against their own purpose. The activity cause of mind. The greatest spiritual activity. The greatest activity for solving problems and reaching excellence. As our friend in chat said, you can actually experience transcendental bliss in dreams, as well as having boring dreams reflecting the mundane nature of mediocrity when you're stuck in your problems. Two different states of mind that function, or two different definitions of self, demonstrating as states of mind, dividing up into activities or drama that have a consequence. One luminosity, one mundane, stuck in my boring ass shit again. Both are reflected in dreams, as our friend in chat said. Why waste time analyzing those boring, weird dreams? To become free. To learn what you're here to solve. Everyone has a unique, while the pathologos is universal, everyone's particular pathologos, everyone's particular false image mask identification with self is unique. Your job is to find it. That's your puzzle to solve. Interpret the profound dreams. Yes, but hey, you need to do both. Because what's blocking you from being in that state of luminosity in every instant? Whatever it is reflected in the nightmares or mundane dreams or boring dreams or the negative states of mind. In other words, you can't not focusing on the truth now. Right, there's something that takes you away from focusing on the truth of self in every single instant. That's your problem. That you are here to get, that you're here to solve. From childhood, that you identify with. Your mask. The not focusing is the problem. Right, so there are many manifestations of the problem. Not focusing is one, or tangents or distractions, that's right. Setting a less than excellent goal, setting a mediocre goal, or reaching the goal and not maintaining it, that's another way of dropping your goal. Reaching the goal but not with excellence. And your dreams will point to all of the problems. Is what we're reading in the book. But again, so we're down here, we're in the activity, the physical dimension activity cause. Only by reading it again and again, you'll have things to reflect ousia. And then as you learn more about the dialectic, you'll be able to go from dream interpretation to non-interpretive dialectical understanding of the language of dreams. And only then you will realize that you don't know something essential, and it will puzzle the shit out of you. And only then have you met the conditions to actually sit on the chair and do dream analysis and solve your puzzles. Free yourself from your problems or fate. and reach your highest destiny. Not focusing, not meditating on the spiritual self is in the now is what is stopping me. That's an interesting hypothesis. What the dream maker will do is show you how what you think is your problem contains your very problem. And if seen in the right light, will contain the answer to your problem. Every single dream analysis starts the same way. What do you think the dream means? And you know what always happens? What they think the dream is obviously telling them is the problem that the dream is pointing to, that they won't reach unless they go through it. What you think is the nature of your problem is your problem. If you knew it, you wouldn't have the problem. But again, that's a high level. It requires a high level of familiarity with the dialectic, with dream analysis, to have that insight. So only when people have been in the game for a few years, or at a certain level, can you say, hey, by the way, your first understanding of your problem? Or that's midwifery. Dream analysis, similar thing. Your first understanding of the dream? After talking about it for an hour through the dialectic, in an open, curious state of mind, which is you meeting the conditions to be there, the builder can't work on bricks that don't want to be bricked up. That sounded dirty. Let's take that one back. You can't teach a student who doesn't want to learn. How about that? Or a Buddhist analogy, we mentioned Buddhism. The famous story of the Zen student going to the Zen master and saying, hey, I want to learn. And then he said, okay, hold out your teacup. And he started pouring the tea. And the tea was overflowing. But master, there is too much tea in my teacup. That's you. You can't take on anything new because you're full. You're full of your own idea, of ignorant ideas, is the idea. Doesn't quite work. Bad analogy. Forget that. You have to yourself be a open and receptive material cause, which requires you to go through this process. And then in doing so, and having a familiarity with the understanding of the dialectic, and maybe going and having a few dream analysis talks, once you reach a certain level of maturity, then the dialectician, as the ideal dialectician, can say, hey, at the start of this session, you said that the reason you had a problem is because your ears were too big. And at the end, when you came to the meaning of the actual dream through this, both the dialectician and the pregnant soul focusing on the dreams with the, one more cause, the paradigm of the, dialectic.
It makes sense.
The more holes, the better.
No, that was an inherent.
The paradigm of the dialectic that informs the doer or instrumental dialectician as the ideal functioning of the human being, the meaning of life in terms of what we can function with, the meaning of life in terms of the paradigm we can know and understand is the dialectic, the greatest activity or the meaning of life and what we should be doing at every instant if we have the ability to, or to create a world where all human physical needs or material needs of the physical dimension are met so that we can all be doing our highest activity, dream analysis, as the highest kind of material soul. The pregnant, open, curious, wondering, I don't know and I know I don't know and I'm okay with it, I want to have some fun. Rather than, I want to pretend to be a knower like my preacher or my daddy or my mummy who pretended to know when they shut me down. That's who we're imitating. That's our earliest teachers. We have to give up or sacrifice that false certainty That's the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? The most ignorant are the most certain. Oh, I don't need to know. Nobody understands magnets, says Donald Trump and the Insane Clown Posse. Magnets are magic. Well, you could learn. No, I don't want to learn. I want to pretend I'm a knower like my daddy. Do you think dream analysis is superior to me? It is meditation. If you take a list of all of the formal qualities of meditation, what would they be? Focused attention? Open, curious state of mind, like having a koan? By the way, is a koan question even better if it's not given to you by some... That's the difference. The difference is, what's the nature of all human problems? What's the nature of all human problems? These same causes applied without ousia and logos. So we talked about the paradigm, the state of mind of certainty. I know what life is. I know what this is. I know what whatever is. The instrumental without the logos. The opposition. All human problems are in opposition to the logos. Take all of these causes and remove or oppose logos and ousia, and you've got the nature of all human problems. Belief. Savage loyalty to our first teachers. A way of being of certainty, blocking us from curiosity and openness. People blocking some opposition to care for the body in the physical world. Capitalists or whatever. Hedonists. People blocked from reading. Don't read, do physical things. Get your Bugatti, just dig a hole, be practical. Don't talk, don't ask questions. A block to the logos, a block to ousia. By the way, what is ousia and logos? Thought. Therefore, any tradition that does not have the dialectic applied to solving human problems, formerly dream analysis and midwifery, will have projected their own problems into their religious tradition or spiritual tradition, which will be some kind of rejection of understanding, logos, thought. By the way, the Buddhist idea that thoughts are a problem is a mistranslation of a certain Buddhist teacher, but that's a talk for another day. The real question is, why did so many people pick it up instead of actually translating what he said? It wasn't thoughts that he said was the problem, it was ignorant beliefs. If you don't have thought, you're stuck, because it's understanding that is reading, that is required for, you need to understand how to care for your body. You got to think, pal. You got to understand how to read. That's learning how to think. You got to talk. That's how you share your thinking with other people. The dialectic is the mastery of thinking. So in other words, the self is here and now, but we can't see it because we take on extraordinary focus to become aware of it. Simply focusing on the conscious self is not contemplation. Right, so we can have a list of qualities we might say is needed for contemplation. First of all, let's get our terms right. Concentration when you sustain concentration becomes meditation. When you sustain meditation, so it's a continuum, sustained meditation to the point where you join with your object of focus, contemplation. Those are the three stages of the same activity. Now, there are certain things that have to be met. You have to be focusing on something where you can actually join with it. So it has to be something in the realm of the two kinds of spiritual experiences. Either the realm of mind or metaphysics or philosophy, which is the spiritual experience of divine luminosity, or its cause, the self. If you're not focusing on, therefore, self or reality, you can't reach contemplation, by definition. By the way, how do you know what is worth focusing on? Would that require some sort of reading and developing of understanding, formerly called metaphysics? Maybe even talking about it, that's theology or mythology applied to understanding this realm. By the way, can you be actually focusing or concentrating or meditating if you are certain? Therefore, do we have to have some sort of question or openness? If you think you know what reality is, can you be open to new experiences? Like artists, right? Artists realize that they have to be okay with being puzzled. Be comfortable being uncomfortable, to be receptive to new ideas. Otherwise, they are not meditating, they're doing their problem, the zombie virus, the pathologos. They're reflecting on their false beliefs about self and reality to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's the nature of all human life, who have not awakened to the necessity of the dialectic. People who haven't gone through their courses, who are not doing the meaning of life, which are the 10 causes. By the way, some people create openness and curiosity in something called a koan. What is the sound of one hand clapping? What is moo? That kind of shit. Which is some other person giving you some bullshit ass question. But let me ask you this. Are you more open and curious about what some guy in a funny hat or a robe says, or your own questions about yourself and reality or mind, and your questions about your goddamn problems that piss you off every day because you want that goal, or you want that experience, or you want that girlfriend, or you want that excellence? Therefore, we could say there are some traditions that have some kind of questions or openness, but of course we can aim for the ideal. There are some that focus. My definition of contemplation is thinking thoughts, so let me check the dictionary. Fuck the dictionary. Why do you care about the dictionary? This is what it means. Think for yourself. Consciousness, becoming aware of the consciousness, the self becoming conscious of itself, is a form of meditation upon transcendence. Right, so again, the idea is to be reading the text so you can transform, because you're carrying a whole bunch of personal beliefs and opinions hidden in your logos. What do you mean by consciousness? What do you mean by transcendence? See, this is from the text. So that's the thing. Why this is the spiritual tradition is it is the logos. At any point, if you deny the logos, you're gonna be blocked. Why? Because as we've just said, our logos, it's our words that make us evolved. Our words, we can think. And we can self-reflect through thinking. Accurate naming. To carry a false definition of yourself is the cause of your problems. To reach the truth of self is your excellence. But hey, if you don't reach that experience with understanding, whoops-a-daisy, I experience nothingness. I guess nothing is real. I guess reality is Maya. That's the story of Jesus in Mark. Jesus had a luminosity experience and failed to reflect on it with understanding. That's the Hellenic tradition. That's the meaning of life. That's the logos. So how did he make sense of his luminosity experience? His religious tradition. He thought he was the next coming of Elijah. So went on his way to get a donkey and do all the bunch of stuff to fulfill the prophecy to become the next king of the Jews, which is treason. which he got executed for. Therefore, necessarily, every spiritual tradition must have the Logos. All those who don't are destined to tragedy. Or fated is the right word, fated to tragedy. Why? Because only in mastering the dialectic can you surface those unsuspected beliefs about self and reality, including religious beliefs, that cause your problems. Only in mastering the dialectic can you reflect on those luminosity experience and make sense of it, which prepares you to go into it for greater depth. It helps you assimilate it. But also, in the greatest experience of divine luminosity, you can't imagine a greater experience. So if any of your traditions say, oh, don't think, bro, just have faith, or just be as dumb as a rock, or some bullshit like that, then if you do get lucky, by the way, the blocks to your meditation reflect your problems. Therefore, if you're doing dream analysis and philosophical midwifery, you can meditate better. By the way, if you have the greatest experience, like the Taoists, no Logos, they think that divine luminosity or the rays of the sun is it. Because you can't imagine a greater experience, because it's literally the greatest experience. It's only through the Logos or thinking or understanding can you reflect on that experience and ask some questions that we asked today in chat. Hey, does every experience have a cause? Is that cause greater than its effect? By saying it's greater than than the effect of experience, is it saying it's non-being or something transcendental? In other words, by definition, it's only through the mastery of understanding that we can solve our problems and reach our highest excellences. By definition. You can think thoughts until the cows come home. See, that's the difference. You haven't yet learned how to think with distinction. You're throwing baby out with the bathwater. Yes, you can think racist thoughts and sexist thoughts. You can think Nazi thoughts. That's not the same thing as the thoughts that Einstein thought, right? That's not the same thoughts as what we've been using today, right? That's not the same thoughts as the book, right? So let's go back to the text. See that you're not distinguishing between the kinds of thoughts. If you think that thoughts are only a distraction, you have to come to a conclusion about reality. If we always think, what kind of a bullshit-ass, cruel, sadistic, or at least trickster reality must we be in, that we have thoughts, if they're only bad? But notice, just as people who haven't understood dreams, the hundreds of people I referred to today, think there's no meaning to dreams. Not because they know anything, because they are blindly loyal to the ignorance from their upbringing. And the only reason they are blindly loyal to the ignorance of their upbringing that prevents them from participating in literally the meaning of life is because they haven't learned the dialectic. And they haven't reflected with thoughts structured in a proper way upon the nature of their ignorance that blocks them from their own goals. It's not thinking that's the problem, it's bullshit thinking. Beliefs, by definition, pathologos beliefs. So all these people think they know better than an expert in fucking dream analysis, just like all the MAGA think they know better than medical experts. If you've ever gone into YouTube, you can see these YouTube debates with 20 ignorant racists or fascists or sexists or bullshitters against someone who's an expert. And despite the fact that the guy they're talking to is an expert, All of these motherfuckers think they know better, despite being the dumbest people you've ever seen in your life. The Dunning-Kruger effect. That's human ignorance. Our job is to have maturity and realize it's easier to see with some MAGA nut job, or some religious nut job, or some white supremacist nut job. But maturity is realizing I'm a human being too. They don't know when they're being ignorant. That's why they say, I'm not racist, but, and then they say something racist. Equally so, you and me don't know what we're ignorant about. That's why it's a problem. So what do? And the same person who told you that thoughts are a problem, which was wrong, he was just wrong, but you believed him for some reason. He hasn't reflected on thoughts. He doesn't know. That's why we read Socrates and Mr. Grimes. And read in a certain way where we can discover the understanding for ourselves. So the understanding is seeing why, in principle, you can't have a spiritual tradition that rejects the things that make us evolved. You can't reject self-reflection. Just do physical stuff. Just pray to Jesus and you can become enlightened. You can't. It doesn't work that way. Equally so, you can't reject the other quality that we have, logos, reason, language, the ability to apprehend the reality we're in. You can't reject that by saying thoughts are a sickness. You can't. You can't believe your way into fixing a computer. You can't not think yourself into becoming a master surgeon. What makes you think you can not think yourself or believe yourself into enlightenment? Doesn't make sense. But again, the problem is
that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
you will only be able to follow the reasoning of what I just said up until a point that challenges your own personal family beliefs and image of yourself. When you reach that point, you won't be able to hear what I'm saying, even if you want to. Because you didn't reason yourself. You can't reason yourself into a position that rejects reason. It's self-defeating. So all of these ignorant traditions that reject the logos, be it faith or Nazism or anti-intellectualism or certain interpretations of Buddhism, whatever, it's to say, listen to my reasoning as to why reasoning is bad. Doesn't make sense. It's self-contradictory. Therefore, they must have appeared a certain way. The appearance of certainty. Maybe they were really bold. Maybe they wore a funny hat with tassels or a big cross on it. Or maybe they sounded like your mummy or daddy. That's belief. Meaning, if I'm reasoning you into realizing that reason is essential, by definition, not by opinion, universally, for always and for all time, but you didn't reason yourself into the position that you can't reason or it's a bad thing, you'll be blocked. That's what we've been seeing in the text we're reasoning. Jesus can only go to a certain point until he hits his block. And then Socrates either says we can't go further down that road, and we sidestep and we go into a new thing. In the Republic, he says to Glaucon says, hey, you're talking about the experience of divine luminosity, the rays of the sun. Now let's do a dialectic on the sun itself. And he goes, you can't. You can't. Not because I don't want to, or I'm not good faith, or I don't want to help. It's just you've hit your limit. And you know what he says right after that? The only way you're able to remove your blocks to the logos, to the development of dialectic from the realm of the physical realm into the realm of mind, into the realm of self, the only way is through dreams. Bringing us back to here. thinking thoughts till the cows come home, you'll just get caught up in thoughts. Yes, that's the self-fulfilling prophecy or the stagnant ousia of pathologos. Notice, if you said, hey, you know what? All black people are criminals. No. Some black people are criminals, but you're not distinguishing, you're making distinctions between certain things. All women are ignorant or whatever. No, there are some ignorant women. All white people are Nazis. Hang on a second. By saying all thoughts are a problem, you haven't understood the subject. You haven't made a distinction between the different kinds of thoughts, or, as we've got on the map, the different cognitive functions, which reflects the structure or the hierarchical ordering of terms that also reflect how to build a house, the causes, the dialectic, the virtues, the kinds of souls, and our highest activity in the physical world, creating the conditions for our movement into the realm of mind. I never said that thoughts are only bad or that thoughts do not exist after spiritual enlightenment. The fact is it a fact? That before enlightenment thoughts, no matter how lofty and profound, cover the consciousness like smoke over a flame. Is an interesting thought you've shared. I could say that thought is ignorant. That thought that you've shared with me is as profound as it sounds, doesn't cover the nature of consciousness. It's like smoke over a flame. Self-defeating. That's correct. Therefore, if I'm correct, then your point that thoughts are not a profound or not the method to enlightenment is false. That was my point. My point is you're wrong. Because there's an inherent contradiction within the logic of what you're saying. But hey, again, you cannot change your mind. You won't be able to. Your job is to see that what your position you hold falls down through logic and reason. And then your job is to reflect on your response to that. To say, hang on a second, I've just seen something rational or logical following the steps of reflection, but I still believe it's true. Just like you can say to a sexist, hey, I've just shown you Diotima's, Socrates' teacher was Diotima. You can't say women are less than men. They'll look at you and they'll say, yeah, but I still feel that way. Racists, same thing. Religious, same thing. I still believe Jesus is real, even though I've learnt to read the text and seen that it's garbage. That's the point. That's the first and final cause, or that for the sake of which you go through this kind of reflection. Not to be right, but to realize you're wrong. And you can't change your mind. Profound thinking creates an understanding to meditate upon the self, the method for attaining the true peaceful practice of peaceful meditation that leads to spiritual enlightenment. Yeah, so by using thinking, we can understand what that method is. And it seems to be the dialectic, which is the making use of what we have as what makes us evolved. By the way, if you are a thinker, you might challenge your tradition. Buddhist tradition, Taoist tradition, Christian tradition, Muslim tradition. Now, this is meditation. Formally, what are we doing in the dialectic? We are focusing on something that exists in reality. So it's, in principle, able to be joined with. Or self, yes, the two levels. Either knowable as mind or the ultimate spiritual experience of self. So sustained focus attention. Curiosity, naturally curious. What else? Our highest vision. We're not doubting ourselves or undermining ourselves. Maybe you've had luminosity experiences before. Include that. What else are we doing? Imagining. We're making use of our capacity to imagine. Those are thoughts, memories, imagination. What else are you doing? You're using not just your highest vision, but your highest understanding from the text. Learning. Of course you are. To learn that meditation is this or that requires you to learn, requires you to read. All we're doing is learning the art of reading. So it ticks all of the boxes. The thing is, other traditions, devotional prayer, okay, you got focused attention, but you know what? You're not focused on something that exists in reality, so you'll never join with the picture of Ramajaji or whatever the fuck you're meditating on. Christianity, okay, some focused attention there, but you're singing hallelujah to imaginary fairy tale given to you by your oppressive manipulators, scam artists, preachers, ministers, whoever. Can't join. You know what you also can't do? Remove the blocks, because that requires understanding. So you can have focused attention on something that exists. You can have an open and curious state of mind on a question, but not a question given to you as a koan. What's the sound of one hand clapping? Who gives a fuck? You know what I'm curious about? Myself and my problems. Don't give me a bullshit question to keep me in a state of curiosity. I'm always going to be curious about myself and my problems until I'm not. And by the way, that'll give rise to a higher question. All right, so sustained focus attention on something that exists in an open, curious state of mind, making use of a question. Also, what's part of meditation? Noticing tangents. Only some traditions say, notice when you're not breathing, you're not counting your breath. Can you focus on yourself without thinking? Try it. What are you focusing on? Some idea of self, some vision of self? Ideally, your highest understanding of yourself? If I say focus on yourself. No, your idea of the self, that it's not an idea, is itself an idea. When I say focus on yourself, you bring to birth a thought of yourself that you know that I'm pointing to, that you're focusing on. It either reflects reality because you've done the work in mastering, understanding, and thinking, or it's some bullshit ass belief about yourself that you got from childhood that you are stuck in, that you can't solve because your guru has said, if you have a tangent or you have a thought, let it float away like a cloud. What the fuck? If you have a profoundly crafted idea or thought that's functioning to fuck you up from your meditation as a tangent, it has to function in that way because you think it's real. It has to reflect your idea of self and reality for you to be distracted into your thought for whatever moment. Meaning it's profoundly crafted. Also, you didn't pick it. It came to you. So you didn't make it. You don't know your goddamn problems, but something does. Your job is to listen. Something profound created something at the right time that was so interesting that it distracted you from what you did. And if you did take a few seconds to have a look, you could see this for yourself. The start of your tangent in whatever you're doing as your meditation, breath work, counting, singing Hare Krishna, whatever the fuck. Taking drugs, whatever it is that took you on the bad trip. You don't have to play it out. If you catch yourself and you use your goddamn intelligence to reflect on it, that's Usia, and understand its parts, that's understanding, that's Usia and Logos, that is what makes us human beings. and recognize there's an inherent pattern and structure that reflects the first image of yourself, meaning if you know the image that starts your tangent or distraction, you don't have to get wrapped up in the fantasy. That's what it means to solve a problem. That's as true for meditation distractions as it's true for your dreams, as it's true for your drama, as it's true for all your relationships, as it's true for your entire life. That's understanding. You don't have to believe me. In fact, you can't believe me, because what I've said is an understanding of the inherent understandability of all problems. And saying that that very use of understanding, once free of your problems, you can now apply to whatever your goal is, be it knowing the self, reality, or ideally both understanding and experiencing it, because one without the other is a tragedy. That's the story of Jesus. He had the experience, but without the understanding, he played out his tragic implication of his false beliefs, leading to him thinking he was the next coming of fucking God. Treason leading to his crucifixion. That's the story of Mark. There is no resurrection in the story of Mark. It ends with his disaster. But all that is the literal meaning of life. That's the dialectic. So here we see the highest meaning of life causes to be the ideal receptive material is to be open and curious to the dialectic. The activity that you can engage in is therefore dialectic on dreams, because dialectic to dreams apply to both your problems and your highest goals. The person you have to be talking to ain't you, because you're the one with the problem. It's the dialectician. But as Socrates says, very few people seek a dialectician because people think they fucking know better. They know what reality and self is. That's the nature of man's problems. The model that the dialectician uses for the dialectic is the dialectic, meaning you also, by sharing on that mean term cause or activity cause, have to be learning the dialectic as you go through a reflection on your problems. And it could be a problem in your meditation, a problem in your relationships, a problem in your job. It's all the same principle. To say, you can't solve human problems, humans are irrational. Bullshit. You can't solve meditation problems with thinking. Bullshit. In principle. But because you are seeing it for yourself and participating in it, you are being brought to the same paradigm cause meaning of life that the dialectician is reflecting on in his functioning as what benefits the person and you as the pregnant party. Again, if you think you know better, you're not in the game. That's why your job is to go through these same 5 causes applied to the physical dimension, which leads to you being pregnant. If you think Jesus is king and all thoughts are the devil, then you're not going to learn shit. That's why we read. We read the logos. We're skateboarders reading Tony Hawk's text. We're surgeons reading the medical thing. The self is not an idea that, okay, again, you're just going to tell me more of your beliefs. The self is not an idea. The self thinks about. The self is aware of ideas. Okay, so instead of being aware of this idea, be aware of the awareness of self. Is that a thought? Is that going to help you? There's a thought of awareness. What's awareness? There's a thought of self. What's self? So, same deal. Hey, I want to contemplate on pure awareness. What's awareness? Well, I probably want to give a definition of it, right? Make sure it's not a bad definition. If I think the awareness of self is to be aware that I suck because I'm a boy or I'm a girl and I'm a sinner or whatever the fuck, then I'm focusing on a false definition of self. So therefore, I better nail down what the self is and what the self isn't. Wouldn't you agree? So that I'm not wasting my meditation focusing on a false image of the self that I mistake as awareness or aware of the self, right? I probably want to therefore get the right name or definition for what it is. But how will I recognize it unless I see how it's functioning, self to others? And by the way, to really understand the self, you probably want to understand how the effect of that functioning affects other things, division. By the way, as we said, you won't be able to go through that process because you are born in a family. When you were 3 or 4 years old, your parents came down on you for being on this quest and you took the blame. It's not understanding everything, it's understanding whatever it is you're focused on. In other words, you also better be finding what your false belief of self is after you have perfect logos. That doesn't make sense. It's just thinking, it's understanding. Whatever you can focus on, you can always make new connections. And your job is, so as you do this, you'll think, oh no, I know better, or I can't do it. So you also better be surfacing what the self isn't at the same time. The distractions from your meditation, the giving up on your quest. How does that function? How does that play out in your dreams, daydreams, life problems? And what's the result? Either of you being affected by the self, its functioning, its divisions. How do you therefore contemplate the self or relate back to the self? Or in your problem, how do you relate back to the self in your negative way? Certainty, ignorance, shooting yourself down. Maybe you have a goal, but then you undermine it. Maybe you've had an experience, but you undermine the understanding of the experience. That's a way of shooting down your goal. Wow, I did a kickflip, but I'm not going to understand how it worked. Because thinking is the devil. That's a block. That's a way of not getting your goal. I see the dialectic as a means to an end, the Dharma raft that discards on going through the river. Yeah, again, why would you discard it? You're gonna throw it in the trash? Don't you want to understand the self when you reach there? Hey, by the way, those who don't, do they recoil because it's different than everything they've experienced? By the way, didn't we say that the meaning of life is to benefit people in our functioning, which is the art of the dialectic? Pass on the teaching? Benefit others the way you're benefited? Why throw out the dialectic? Why is everyone so goddamn opposed to using their own fucking brains? Well, not brains, mind. You're using it now. You're using language. You're using self-reflection. All the dialectic is the mastery of what you're doing. Why do you keep shooting it down? There's one universal truth that's hard to communicate. Well, not if you're learning how to communicate. What's going on here? We've got a bunch of anti-philosophers in a philosophy channel. The dialectic is the meaning of life, bro. It's how you get there. And by the way, there were like 110 episodes in. We've seen it 110 different ways. By the way, the instrumental cause is the meaning of life. Notice, you don't give up any of these. You're still curious and open. You still participate in dream analysis every day. So long as you're alive, you still play the game. What else are you gonna do? Get a Bugatti? Why? Why not contemplate the nature of self and reality, your dreams, and also pay attention to every goddamn thought that comes up to distract you or undermine you? What else are you gonna do? Fucking Yahtzee? In other words, the material cause, once you've upgraded... By the way, none of this will make sense unless you've been reading along with the stream. Otherwise, you're just going to regurgitate your upbringing. There's nothing good there. It's just beliefs and opinions from your family. If you haven't gone through dream analysis and midwifery, you won't be free from your problems. You won't understand that unless you've been studying it. You can't just walk in like a magger and say, I haven't been doing any work in medicine, but I have these beliefs that medicine is the devil. No. Read. The streams are free, and we have fun, and we have sound drops. We have this guy,
But I want to be clear, I'm not AI.
and he's not AI. He's a real
1
person.
million viewers and probably 4 trillion. 4 bajillion viewers.
And maybe 4 bajillion viewers.
I'm cute. Like, it's cutie pie.
And Emma's a cutie pie. For some reason. You see the absurdity of how you're functioning? I haven't been reading along, but I know better. And my conclusion is to reject the logos. Despite the fact, if you have been reading along, you will know the literal cause of human ignorance in opposition to your own good is the pathologos, which is in opposition to the logos. To reject the logos is not just a problem, it's the literal definition of problems. That's the absurdity. But unless you've been reading or doing the activity meaning of life cause, the highest activity you can do in the physical world, I'll be speaking Greek. Because where are you going to learn about the dialectic? It's not going to be on The Big Bang Theory. You're not going to hear it at the pub. But you hear it in the coolest stream in the world. This stream. So only by reading can you learn that there is an understandability that allows you to solve problems and reach your excellence. We've been making this point like a million times. But to reject that will always happen. Because
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't themselves into.
you can't reason yourself out of your pathologos. If you were born a human, you've got a false belief of self and reality. Just as it's easy to point to racists and sexists and Christians and Muslims, you too were a 3-year-old once. The logos of dialectic is an expression of universal truth, not truth itself, in my opinion. Yeah, but the thing is, if you learn the logos and the dialectic, you can understand the difference between the cognitive function of belief or opinion and understanding, and why opinions are stupid and wrong and the cause of human ignorance and suffering and centuries of bloodshed of people blindly loyal to their opinions. And if you've got understanding in your back pocket, you can see how understanding is much better, to the point that if anyone says, I have this opinion, you'll go, I'll stop you there, son. Why would I care about your opinion? That's Jehovah's Witness. Knock, knock, knock. I have this opinion about God. I'm a 16. Who cares? You don't go to college to learn opinions. You go to college to learn understanding. But it's our fervent, Nazi-like loyalty to our earliest teachers and devotion to our bullshit-ass opinions that we're in love with that keeps people from learning. In other words, we're literally learning the cause of all human problems. Unless I'm mistaken, you're a human. Meaning, you are just as stuck as everyone else. What makes you think Nazi opinions are alright, are bad, Christian opinions are bad, Muslim opinions are bad, but your opinions are worth anything? That's crazy. It's insane. If you've been developing the understanding that we've been doing all stream. Notice, what do fascists say? It's my belief or my opinion that the Democrats are evil, or that we should exterminate the Palestinians, or we should make... Bullshit. Your job as a politician is supposed to be understanding the nature and benefit of all human life and applying universal principles universally. That's what understanding is. After you have profound understanding, then what? After you've rejected and refined your pathologos, then what? So, after you've gone through the material causes, the physical causes, sorry. You are keeping your cool and developing courage and staying in the game, caring for your body. You're reading the text. If you ain't reading these texts, you ain't in the game. You are talking about the text, not personal beliefs and opinions. That's gossip. That's the doer cause or the instrumental cause in the physical world. These are meanings of life. The meaning of life is to care for your body and develop the virtues. The meaning of life is to read. The meaning of life is to talk about that reading. The meaning of life is to discover the dialectic and learn about it. And all of that is for the sake of the meaning of life to become pregnant with a question, to give up or sacrifice or recognize the certainty that reflects an image of yourself, that reflects your family clan way of being, your role in the family, the thing that you've identified with, some people call the ego or the mask. You've got a question, you give up that, or you have a stupidly, well, not stupidly, you have an amazingly deep puzzle about that, and you know you can't solve it because all of your opinions can't solve your problem. That's called being stung. You won't realize that unless you learn about the dialectic and realize that's the purpose of the dialectic. You won't learn about the dialectic unless you're reflecting on the text with your friends. You can't reflect on the text with your friends unless you're reading the text. And you can't read the text unless you're caring for your body enough to, and developing the virtues of your body, temperance, courage, and a love of understanding. So all of this is the meaning of life answers to that for the sake of which, or the first and final cause. To be pregnant, to be open and curious. In a way, very few people are. But literally, like, I'm not having a go, but think about the difference between how difficult it was to realize you were mistaken about something and be okay with it, compared to how good it felt to give answers, to tell me this is what awareness is, this is what meditation is. How good that felt. How you're kind of looking for an opportunity to do it anyway. Like, I really want to talk about this because I like telling people what meditation, I like telling people what the self is. I like telling people how thoughts are no good. And how it felt to play the knower. Everyone has that. That's called the pathologos. Escaping dogma was very hard and a long journey. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself there? I am. Literally. For as long as anybody is carrying a false image of themselves and they are not doing this, following the causes, seeking the meaning of life through the logos, through this kind of reflection that we're doing here, all human beings in principle follow the pathologos Peters principle. We look for an opportunity to cosplay the knower the same way our parents did it to us. The same way people want to be politicians, or want to be CEOs, or want to be religious authorities. And you know what? As far as I'm aware, it's all ignorance and violence and oppression and stupidity. The pages of human history are soaked in blood. There are terrible injustices going on in every second on this goddamn planet. Because of how it felt when you would rather be the knower. In other words, we're human beings seeking the answer to human problems while ourselves being human beings, meaning we will live it. Only when that realization makes you so puzzled, you're willing to give up that drive to be a knower and give answers and cosplay the knower like mummy and daddy or like your preacher or pastor. Only at that point have you upgraded. Are you genuinely open and curious enough, genuinely open, courageous enough to seek the truth and drop the false, that you are pregnant or have aporia, stung? Until then, you're not in the game. You can't do the meditation, the spiritual tradition. It's also the psychotherapeutic tradition because it's a single paradigm. It's the paradigm of reality. It's therefore the model of spirituality, it's the model of learning, it's the model of evolution, it's the model of psychotherapy. There are things that I know, but I simply state as an opinion because I don't want to cosplay them out. That's noble. However, right, I can see the benefit of like, and you know, make it more able to be received as well, and maybe make people less mad at you for just sharing the truth. But the game that we play is, if we can learn the dialectic, we can say, hey, this is an opinion or belief. It's a puzzle we have, and let's look at the text and reason through the dialectic together, because then we can get to understanding. The game of understanding. But all of this is so we can be on the chair, which is to be the material cause. The meaning of life is to do everything you need to do to be open and curious and stung, what Socrates calls in the Symposium philosophical ignorance, to be aware you don't know and seeking the truth. Always. Then you can get on the chair. With the dialectician that you've learnt about only because that certainly makes sense. And that's how I know you're wise. You agree with me. Commander of choice.
Big boobs, huge, massive tits.
Also big boobs. Also nice. Many good points are being made today. My soundboard is random. I don't know what's going to come out when I press the buttons. I'm trying to deny responsibility for big boobs. Right, so, and by the way, this is the difficulty that Socrates explains as, and we have seen in the text. Most people would rather, well, let's see in the text. Here we've been talking about needing the activity or mean cause. The old problem that Socrates says here in the text. It is an old problem. If you want to make some teaching private, so it can earn the title of being esoteric, or only like a special secret teaching for a few weirdos like us here in this stream, all you have to do is state it clearly and simply, and you will find no one will get it. Also, the problem that, as Jesus says, the many can only be entertained and not taught the mysteries. They don't seek to understand these sacred things. Either they stand in awe of them, or they simply ignore them. Or, as Socrates says in the Republic, solid geometry. The difficulty is, we don't have societies that recognize that the highest human functioning is to function as a dialectician. We don't have teachers. Why do you think time exists? That's a good question. What we're learning is keep that question, carry that question, nurture that question, and learn how to answer that question. That's the dialectic. What we're seeing is the meaning of life is to create the conditions where we give birth to a question like that. We're okay with being super puzzled. And we learn how to answer that question from the text. Not from other people's opinions. Because you know what? They're not going to change your mind. Whatever answer you already have, you're going to keep. Our job is to be reading the text that reflects the understanding of the nature of time, which we do here. It's going to challenge your own personal opinions, but you are going to be courageous and open-minded enough to carry that confusion. I think time is this, but the text is saying that. The text, they are written by people who know the answer to these questions. Socrates. The Logos. Like if you want to become a doctor, you have to read a medical text. So on this channel, we read these texts. So you go through these causes to get yourself on the chair. I have this puzzle about self and reality. I have this puzzle about my repeating problems. I know I can't understand it because I've tried everything. But I want to. And I'm willing to sacrifice what's false, even though I'm dearly loyal to it, even though I identify with it, even though it makes me a good Jew or a good Christian or a good Joneses or a good MAGA. I'm willing to sacrifice that bullshit for truth because that's how much I want the excellence of my goal. There's someone that knows why time exists. Yep. And so can you. What we are doing is learning how we can answer the questions, because here's the thing. You can come to a very good understanding of why time exists necessarily, but that won't satisfy you until you can experience the nature of time outside of time, or time all at once, and you have been carrying that question. So in that experience of profound wisdom, you're not overwhelmed because you've been carrying that question and you've been carrying a understanding or dialectic, which is the skill of thinking. So you can use your open, curious state of mind and your love of understanding in that experience to answer that question. Only then can you be satisfied. Otherwise, you have no idea. Just pick some opinion, that's not going to satisfy you. So what we're after is both understanding and direct experience. And to do that, we have to be meeting these causes, being the house. You can't be a house without good bricks. Care for your body. You can't build a house without the activity. Read the text of building. You can't be a good reader unless you are a good builder. You can't have a good house without a good builder. You can't be reading unless you're also talking with your friends and reflecting. And you can't build a house without the blueprints or model. You can't be doing these things without also learning the dialectic. All of those things will lead to you becoming pregnant with an idea you're here to address. The literal meaning of your life is to give birth to this idea. The truth of self and reality, or your false identification with self and reality. Your pathologos or the logos. Your problems or your excellence. So, only when you've been doing that do you meet the conditions to participate in the greatest activity, dream analysis. Because dream analysis applies to both. Dreams will tell you what you should focus on. Hey, here's your reading. Here's your problems with your reading. Here is your goodness with your reading. Here is a reminder of how you're doing well. Or here are your problems that are getting in the way. Here are some clues about your problem. Here's what you need to solve your problem. Dream analysis. Therefore, we have put into our system of philosophy the thing that Socrates has been pointing to all the way through. No one has been able to put it in since Socrates. Plato fell down but mentioned it. Damascius stressed the significance of dreams but didn't incorporate it into his philosophy. So too Proclus. So too Damascius. And Finicci didn't mention dreams. It would... You are the... Hang on, let me catch up with chat. My mind changes from time with other opinions. Yeah, so we're going from opinions to understanding. And we want to verify our understanding and direct experience. We want both. The two together is called wisdom. Interesting, why is that related to time? Because time is one of the categories of understanding. Everything that you've thought about is either in time or out of time. Everything you've experienced is either in time or out of time. Everything that exists in a timeless state in the realm of being, or in the physical world of change in time and space. So they're the units or building blocks of experience and understanding. Therefore, if there's a way of experiencing all those building blocks together, you would be experiencing the model of reality. Or in other words, our highest functioning, the meaning of life as our functioning or the instrumental cause, the ideal functioning or the doer cause is through understanding. You have to use understanding to solve problems and reach excellence or answer these questions. Understanding is perfected when you reflect on the model of understanding. What are all the Lego pieces? What are all the building blocks of understanding? Not just understand them, but experience them. That's what makes true philosophy different than modern science or opinions. It's not just a theory, it's not just an opinion, bro. It's something you can directly experience and confirm it. Therefore, the experience of the paradigm or model, the meaning of life to know the model of reality, is also the cognitive function of knowledge. This is the map. This is the significance of understanding. The fourth category of cognitive functions, or ways we can perceive reality, is knowledge. The fourth functions into the meaning of life, for those who have awoken to mind, or ousia and logos, is to know the model of reality, the paradigm of the dialectic. Knowing all at once, in the experience of divine luminosity. Without understanding, you won't be able to make sense of it, you won't be able to go into it in greater depth, and you won't be able to function with it as the dialectician, which is our job. It's the art that we're here to master, the art of being human. And the only thing that actually benefits souls. I hope that answers your question. Or I hope that makes you even more puzzled, to be honest. Can you ask the streamer? No, you're the one who said it. He seems to think something different. Makes no sense in relation to what was said. Can't really elaborate, and probably not my place here. Unfortunate. If you seek truth, you will find universal truth. Just a theory. What do you think a theory is? Yeah. Alright, so that's what we're here to learn. We're here to learn how to theorize properly, how to carry questions, how to be open and curious, how to sacrifice our false ideas of... So for each of these paradigms that we're here to master as the meaning of life, each of these causes, you can have the false version. You can have its distortion. Hey, you're not on the chair. You're not interested in dream analysis. You reject dreams. You're doing other activities. You're seeking physical pleasures or whatever. As an instrumental, you're the opposite of understanding. You're just passing on your opinions. You don't have the paradigm of true knowledge. You're just carrying a false belief about self and reality. So these would be the things that do not have ousia and logos, self-reflection and understanding or language, and those that are opposed. So we can gain not just the ways of asking the meaning of life, answering the meaning of life. Why are we here? What's our purpose? There you go. 5 of them that you can only get to if you do these first 5. So a nice even set of 10. But also we can talk about the nature of human ignorance and suffering, all human problems, be it Hitler, Trump, Netanyahu, and everyone else you meet on the street, is nothing other than the same causes that are in opposition to logos and ousia. So anyone who says don't think, or don't have questions, or don't reflect, or thoughts are a sickness, or you can't know, you can't understand the self, you can't know reality, or yourself is not understandable or knowable, any of that bullshit is by definition the cause of problems, because it's the same material, same 5 causes that are defined as our excellence with the presence of ousia and logos, but rejects them. The pathologos, or the belief instead of actual self-reflection. The certainty and confidence in our own dumbass beliefs is what makes us savages. Because it's stupid, it's against our own benefit, and all we're doing is being savagely loyal to our own false teachers. That we will then imitate to our own children, and so the cycle of violence and ignorance continues. We'll vote for a politician who reflects that same ignorance of our parents, and maybe even fall for the religion that does the same thing. And what do the Abrahamic religions tell us? You must kill as Abraham was instructed to kill. What do the politicians do? Belief. What's belief? In opposition to the Logos and Ousia. What's the Logos and Ousia? The meaning of life that we can master through the causes and what's needed to benefit people. So politicians lack what they need to benefit. So how do they know they're a Noah? They do harm. All they can do is harm, because benefit requires the dialectic, which is understanding and knowing. So therefore, they take as a surrogate or a replacement the act of inflicting suffering on others as a mark of being a good believer, as a mark of knowing, which is called formally sadism. That's why cruelty is the point for the billionaires. Why aren't the billionaires solving world hunger? Because their point is sadism. In chat, but there are things you can't engage with empirically, like consciousness. Yes, so what we're seeing is these are non-empirical. They're about mind, consciousness. It's pointless to contemplate if you want something beyond opinion. See, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What the fuck do you mean? You want something beyond opinion? Pointless to contemplate. Contemplation or self-reflection is what you do as human beings. If you want to go out of the physical world and know the cause of the physical world, or your own mind, or your own self, or the meaning of life, you can't get it through an opinion. It's understanding, hey man, don't talk like that. Like what? Tell the truth? Sorry if I was a bit harsh. But you phrased it. See, what was difficult is you said something that goes against the everything we've been doing and reading here on this stream for a very, very long time. We're saying the meaning of life is specifically to see the difference between opinions and belief and understanding and knowledge. So it's profoundly ignorant, profoundly wrong. It's not immoral. I'm not having a go. I'm not criticizing you as a person. This is the statement. Couldn't be more wrong. But also, if it was phrased as a question, we could explore it. You saying it's pointless to contemplate something you want beyond opinion. That's literally what we're here to do. Literally, the meaning of life is to realize that human opinions or beliefs are the cause of all human injustice and suffering. We solve that through the development of understanding that we make use of by employing what makes us different from cabbages and cows, our capacity for self-reflection called ousia, and our capacity for understanding called logos. Put the two of them together and you can solve your blocks. And a block is, you can't know anything beyond the empirical world of physical senses. That's a block. How can you actually experience wisdom or knowing if you believe that? I'm saying that something you can't treat empirically is only treatable with opinion. No, it's the opposite. Your opinions are things you derive from your physical senses. Understanding isn't physical. Understanding are the principles and forces and causes that are applied to the physical world, but you never see them. You can't put cause and effect in a test tube. That's why the lowest cognitive function is materialism. Empiricism, as you're saying. So, the physical world, or the lesser world of becoming, is where you derive your false beliefs. And materialism. Materialism is a rejection of mind, which is our purpose. Materialism is an empiricism. Yeah, it is, pretty much. Empiricism means to look at things empirically, which is to look at the material world. It's material, same thing. Our job is to know the nature of mind or reality, which again is non-physical, but the cause of the physical world. Well, don't just say, no, that's not. That's childish. If you disagree with something I said, point specifically to the thing that you have seen is incorrect, state it, and state what was wrong about it and state its actual correction. Don't say that empiricism and materialism is childish. No, now you're just being a monkey. You're using the word childish because I called you childish. But I wasn't calling you childish. I was saying that it's childish to just say, no, it's not. That's called being a contrarian. See, some people think that it's the idea of wisdom is to just say no. It doesn't help anyone. No, it's not. The fuck? Clearly, I said what I said because I think it's the case. You saying no, it's not is being childish. You repeating the word childish is also being childish. What I'm saying is, my point is your argument says no, it's not. No. No. Empiricism, by definition, is to look at the empirical world of senses. That's also materialism. You could also call it reductionism, reducing things to its smallest parts. They're all in the same bag. If you disagree, then define the terms. That's what we're learning. I don't want an opinion, I want a definition of the terms materialism and empiricism, and what makes them different in a significant way. Why are you doing this? What makes you so certain if you can't share the definitions? That's the nature of human problems. So notice that you would rather pretend to be a knower than listen and learn. That's called belief. Notice you would rather derail the conversation than engage. That's the activity called strict dualism. That's being a materialist. You're rejecting understanding and reason to derail the conversation with your tangents. Notice, that's called philonikos. That's not philosophy. That's love of debate. You've been brainwashed by a society that thinks conflict and fighting is a mark of wisdom or philosophy. It's the opposite. What we're doing here is learning how to engage with reason, curiosity, self-reflection, following the stages of understanding, which is a skill you have to learn and you don't know it yet. That's okay, you're not supposed to know it yet. That's why we read. We're learning how to reason and think for ourselves and engage in a proper way with our fellow human beings that lead to truth. But to do that, you have to sacrifice the image of being a knower. Imitating your parents. So this goes back to what we were saying in our earlier conversation. To say all thoughts are a sickness would prevent us from learning what we can do to relate to Cosmeleno, to help him reflect on the way of being that he's in, where he learned it, how it prevents him from learning, how it's causing him to be a bit of a dick, and how to drop that to be open to a better game of curiosity, self-reflection, and learning. But notice, he can't play that game yet. Because, as we've seen, while the meaning of life is to engage in that dialectic, self-reflection on our problems and our highest goals. So all of the things he wants to know about, what's the nature of time? That's a non-physical thing. It has a physical expression in the realm of time and space, of course. But then he, in the very next sentence, says, you can't answer anything that's not physical or empirical. His logos, this is why thoughts are important. His logos reflected his question, that's a good question that he can give birth to, and reflected his problem. You said that things were the dumbest things you've ever read, and I started acting like this after I disagree with the claim. That was factually incorrect. Yeah, it was dumb. Don't take it personally. It was, no, ignorant. Ignorant. It's wrong. It couldn't be more wrong. And so you acted like a child because, why? Because I disagree with a claim you made that was factually incorrect. No, it wasn't factually incorrect. You just said no. You didn't provide any facts. And then you said, I only said that because I want to look smart and can't learn. Yes, that's also the truth. But you don't know that because you're about 110 episodes behind. In other words, we're not here to conform with the opinions of chatters. We're here to understand the nature of all human purpose, life, and problems. You don't know the nature of human problems. You can learn, and it's a lot of fun. You don't know the meaning of life. You can learn, it's a lot of fun. Instead, you're being petulant. But that's okay, you're supposed to. You're acting in the exact same way you've been taught since childhood. Wouldn't you agree that we learn our way of being from childhood? And therefore, you are in a state of relating in a, well, argumentative way, let's say, that you must have learned from your family upbringing, by definition of being a human. Therefore, as it's not actually serving your benefit, you can't have learnt this way to pretend to be a knower about something you don't know and to shoot down someone who's trying to help you learn in a rational way. Therefore, it's only imitation. That's the cognitive function called belief. You won't be able to learn that until you read with us in the text. You can find links to the reading in the YouTube. I'm not Asmongold. I'm not here to agree with the opinions of random people in chat. We're here to understand the meaning of life and how to solve human problems. Of course you don't fucking agree. You don't understand these, you don't know the answer yet. You're not supposed to agree. You're supposed to be curious and learn how to relate in a curious, questioning way. Otherwise, go talk to Asmongold. He'll agree with whatever you agree with, because he is a fascist who has no morals and character and will agree with whatever opinions other people have. So, in other words, you are talking with a dialectician who has the art of dream analysis. Dream analysis is the most important activity we can engage in, or the activity cause. Activity cause on the higher level of mind, or what it means to be a human being. As we talking to I don't know what you were saying, but you spelled it wrong. As we have been saying, as we've been reading, dreams. Mind communicates to each and prepares one for vision through the essence of the noble pursuit of philosophy. Dreams take an analogical form that contains an anagogic function, which means upward moving function, to raise the souls of man to the divine. The task of understanding dreams is nothing else than applying that way of reason to the world of dreams. All through the text, to show that dreams can be understood is a new dawn of reason. To be able to show dreams are personally meaningful to those to whom they come is very profound. Who can say that man cannot ascend to the intelligible if dreams disclose their secrets? Socrates. Yes, dreams are the bridge to the most sacred way of understanding. When people seek meaning in dreams, their way of being is enhanced. They awaken the common spirit that brings into being a culture of mind. That's the new way of being that we are giving awakening, the new culture of man, that allows everyone to participate in spirituality, that allows everyone to participate in true psychotherapy or removing our problems and reaching our excellence. Therefore, the meaning of life and the spiritual tradition of man that awakens man to a new state of being is open to all through the therefore most profound human activity, or the activity cause as the meaning of life, dream analysis. That's the best activity we can literally engage in as human beings. In order to be that, you have to be open and curious. You can't be a child trying to fight or defend your own stupid ass opinions, or get mad when someone says you're wrong about something. What about day analysis? Right, so the dreams reflect the problems that you experience in your daily life and your highest vision. So the states of mind that you experience in your dreams reflect your purpose to go from our friend in chat, Philo Nikos, love of fighting, or our pathologos, reflecting the family clan way of being, imitating their parents, closed from understanding, saying everything is just opinion, I know that because my family says that way. We have to drop that or sacrifice our false beliefs about self and reality. Read the text. Why are you here, man? Like, you could be open and curious to listen to what I say and reflect on it. But instead, you're projecting your projections. That's okay. You're supposed to. That's what it means to be in a problem. Our job is to recognize that and be open and curious enough about no, I just didn't agree with your opinions, and when I told the truth, you got mad, and instead you went to fighting. All I am doing is telling the truth about what you are doing and what you could be doing and what's involved in awakening to true philosophy. What you're doing is anti-philosophy. Now, that's just the truth. How you respond to that is up to you. You can disagree. No, I know better because I know everything. Or you can be curious and go, really, that's interesting. I am 110 episodes behind. I don't know what you're doing. Yes, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's true. Why are you mad about the truth? If someone tells you you're saying something stupid, what do? Get mad and fight about it, or fucking learn something? Learn, be curious. You think you know everything, or you think you carry a bunch of false opinions and beliefs that you are here to address and remove, to be open and curious to participate in what you're supposed to be doing. Okay, we have our first timeout person. First person I've given a timeout to. Hooray. So, let's talk about him while he can't talk back. So, that's the nature of human problems. Someone who is completely ignorant and wrong, saying something that is opposed to everything we've been saying, as though he knows better and when told he's wrong, tries to start a fight. Christians, Muslims, Jews, MAGA, right-wingers, fascists, Nazis. That's the nature of human problems. Fiercely loyal to our ignorance and false beliefs and cosplaying being the knower, and anything that challenges our family way of being, we act like savage barbarian cavemen in opposition to our own fucking benefit. You tell someone you think they're wrong without insults. Hey, what the fuck? Don't tell me what to do, I would say what I want to say. I wasn't insulting him. I was telling the truth. He said something ignorant, and I said it was ignorant. So what? That's the channel, by the way. I can't lie. I'm not Asmongold. I can't say, that's an interesting opinion that goes against everything we've been saying for the last 4.5 hours and everything we've been saying for the last 110 episodes. No, fuck you. I'm not polite. I'm not going to lie to be polite. If someone is saying something wrong, I'll say that's wrong. If something's stupid, I'll say that's stupid. I explained it's okay to be wrong. I explained you're supposed to be wrong. I explained the cause of why he was wrong. I explained what he needs to go through to be open and curious to learn something new. I explained the way of being he was functioning through. None of that was an insult. None of it was an insult. No. This isn't about being nice. Being nice means lying to baby people, which keeps them stuck in their ignorance. I'm not being nice, I'm being good. There's a difference. That's dream analysis. So the reason why the most meaningful thing that we do is dream analysis is dreams do not give you what you want. Dreams do not say everything is nice and rosy. Dreams will give you a nightmare. Dreams are not polite. Because Providence isn't giving idiots what they want to justify their terrible way of being. Dreams will challenge your way of being. Dreams will give you a nightmare. Because that's what it means to be providential. To give you what you need to wake up to your reflection of your own ignorance that you're attached to, that's the cause of your problems, your negative reincarnations, your suffering, and blocks you from your literal participation in the meaning of life. He is talking to a dream analysis expert. You can count the amount of people on the planet who are that on one hand. Instead of being open and curious and making most of that opportunity, he would rather play out the ignorance and the conflict and the lying and the trolling. He was the one being a dick. I was just saying you're being a dick. Don't listen to bullies who say, like the fascist right-wingers who say, don't call us a Nazi, let us do Nazi shit. No, fuck you. We're going to call you a Nazi if you're being a Nazi. If you're being ignorant, we say you're being ignorant. Dreams do the same. Don't mollycoddle bullies. That doesn't help anyone. All it does is make Nazis more happy in their Nazi bullshit, causing harm to themselves and everyone else on the planet. Providence is about being good, not being nice. Dreams are the same. That's why if that jabroni came along and says, I want to do a dialectic, I want to have a midwife talk, I want to reflect on my problems so I can reach my higher goals, and I want to learn, reflect on my higher goals and what how I can reach them in a better way. By the way, here are my problems. By the way, these are my most meaningful goals. Do you think he will know his problems? All he could do is insult. All he could do was lie. All he could do was play the victim instead of listening. By the way, do you think he knows his highest goals? Did he respond to my answer to when he came in with the question? Was it relevant to what we were saying? No. When I addressed his question, did he listen? No. What did he do? He dumped a bullshit-ass false opinion that contradicts everything we've been doing. It's like coming into a basketball, to an NBA game and saying, basketball is stupid. No one should play basketball. Everyone goes, boo, get out of here, you suck. Why are you being mean to me? I just wanted to shit on everything you were doing. Be polite. Be nice. No, that's stupid. Hey, wake up. We're having fun playing basketball. You want to shit on what we're doing? Take a hike. Or, even better, recognize that what you're doing, like he said, empiricism isn't the same as materialism. Of course it fucking is. I said, okay, well, give me the definitions. Don't just say, no, it's not. Did he? No. You look it up. What's he doing? Imitating his parents. It doesn't matter what you think it is. The point is we're reflecting on how he's functioning as a demonstration of what blocks us from participating in dream analysis as the meaning of life, the greatest activity we can participate in. It's only through dream analysis we get insights into our problems and our highest goals. We also can function with a dialectician. See, look, if I'm a dialectician and he's someone ignorant, what can we do? Let him lead the conversation? How did he lead it? There's a difference between materialism and empiricism. Okay, what is it? You look it up. He didn't know. He was just disagreeing because he thinks that's what it means to be knowing. Now, I can see it because I'm a dialectician. He can't because he's an ignorant person. Not everyone is as fast as Usain Bolt, pal. We're not all seers. Yet, that's why I said, look, you can either take a hike or I can explain to you what you're doing, how you're functioning, your state of being, what's it called to be a contrarian, the fact that you didn't give an answer, you just said no lol, that's called trolling if you're familiar with the internet. He was being a dick on purpose, it wasn't hard to see. But also you could reflect on why you are attracted to that instead of learning from someone who knows better. In other words, you don't have to you come in saying, oh, NBA is bad, NBA is stupid, basketball is for fags. What? It's a terrible thing to say. You can either leave, or you can, this is what makes it different. Dreams won't just say, hey, I'm not going to mollycoddle you and say, oh, you're perfect, you're the best boy, go and be a dick your whole life. That's going to be good. Course fucking not. You think he's going to learn anything that way? He's going to become Donald Trump, surrounded by idiots being polite and nice to him while he does his fascism. That's not good. We don't want that. We don't want fucking Republicans to be in power or to exist as a political party in opposition to human truth and benefit. But the thing about dreams is I'll say, hey, look, this is your problem. Here is your mediocrity. Here is your negative states of mind. But also, you don't have to just get out of the stadium. Back to the basketball analogy. You could listen to your dreams because I'm giving you what you need to A, become curious, and B, answer the fucking question. Free yourself from your problems. Reach your highest excellence if you listen. Or if you reflect on for 2 fucking seconds about who you're talking to. Who do you think can craft 8 billion dreams a night? Each one of them different. And not just 8 billion, we have about 4 or 5 dreams a night. Every one of them different. Every one of them profound. Every one of them, not just profound, every image. If you only remember a couple of images, you have enough to gain an insight into your problems or excellence. If you only remember in 2 sentences, you've walked out of a movie, you've never got bored of a dream. Every character is from your past. Hang on, you got a further timeout. I'm gonna time you out again for a second. I haven't finished talking about you. I'm not going to read what you just wrote because I haven't finished talking. Let me just delete this. It's gone. So that's your dreams. 8 billion times 4 or 5, unique. You've never walked out of your dreams because it perfectly matches your image of yourself. So if this is our highest goals for... By the way, this jabroni doesn't know what philosophy is. He didn't stick around before opening his fat mouth long enough to learn what we're doing here. He just carried his own bullshit ass opinions and dumped them all over the stream. Very rude. Why be nice to that guy? So, we have our highest goals, which is the first and final, the paradigmatic, the instrumental, and the activity and the material causes, applied to Logos and Ousia, giving rise to our functioning through the dialectic and dream analysis, giving rise to the model, and a question, what is the reason for going through all of it to begin with? What's the first and final cause for our unfolding? Or what's the hyparxis? Now, we could also have a way of functioning as our friend Dickface McGee had, which was to oppose the Logos. You can't understand. Oppose reflection. Don't stop what you're doing to engage in my family bullshit. Old mate wants to be heard. No. Timeout on YouTube too. He's not listening. He's still talking. What are you going to talk for? No one cares about what you have to say. The idea is to get puzzled and curious about your problem. You've already showed yourself. Yeah, I'm ignorant. I'm a bit of a dick and I'm trying to troll and I think fighting is better than becoming curious. I don't care to learn about you. I think I know better. Based on what? Nothing. Ignorance. So, opposing the Logos. No understanding. His first words were, you can't understand. Everything is opinion. So he's already saying, you guys are playing basketball. I'm not going to dribble. What a dick. What are we saying? Hey, I reflected on his question about time. And then reflected on his functioning negatively to be a troll. Did he, Ousia, did he meet me where I was at? Did he raise himself to the challenge? Was he open, curious, and receptive? No, he's the opposite. That's human problems. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. You want that to be true because I'm sharing the Logos, and you also have a path of Logos that's going to oppose the Logos. Did I come into his stream and say, hey, you're doing basketball? You shouldn't do basketball, it's bad. Nope. He did that, I didn't. Did he refuse to reflect on what he was doing? Yep. Did I encourage him to reflect on what he was doing? Yep. Did I give him the space to, when he disagreed with me, say, hey, don't just say no, but give the definitions? Was that kind? Sure. Did he do it? Nope. What did he do? Troll. So he came in with his energy of his pathologos because he's ignorant. Of course he is. He doesn't know. How could he not be ignorant? He hasn't been here for more than 5 minutes. Your question is, why are you defending him? Why side with the person who's opposing the Logos? What does it do for you? What's that role that you're in? What should I have said to him? Oh yes, let's listen to you and stop what we're doing. Oh yes, you're right about empiricism and saying look it up. I think he was genuinely curious. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, how are you functioning? He wasn't curious. He just said no, lol. That's not curious. And then he started attacking and fighting. My question is, what's your role in ignoring what I'm saying and projecting onto him something that he wasn't doing, ignoring the no lol, ignoring the refusal to respond to what I said about his question about time, ignoring the fact that I asked him to put definitions, which is literally what we are here to do. If you see on the board, the word dialectic is written 1, 2, at least 2 times on the board. That's the dialectic. Did he do it? He said, look it up. What's he doing? Telling me to do something. Is it his fucking stream? No. What are you doing by ignoring all of that and pretending he was open and curious when he wasn't? What's that role? What would you call that? How are you functioning? If you were to give that a name in a film, what would that character be? What would his character be? That's what it means to be curious. There's someone who sees what you don't see. Your dreams, the dream maker, or a dialectician. Their job isn't to agree with your bullshit. Their job is to give you the space to reflect, listen to what they're saying, answer their questions, not any other question. Because if you can follow the questions the dialectician is asking, you can be led on a journey, just like we've been reading for like 200 pages in Socrates leading Jesus through this book. If you answer a different question, you're on a tangent. Just like if you're meditating and you get off on a tangent. If you ignore what's not there, ignore what is there or add what isn't there, that's another kind of projection. But here's the thing, you're supposed to be blocked. The thing is, what you're blocked from seeing, you won't be able to see unless you follow the dialectic. You won't be able to follow the dialectic if you don't know what it is. You won't be able to follow the dialectic if you haven't had practice in reflecting in this way. You won't be able to follow the dialectic if you're not the open, curious, receptive material cause in the realm of mind. You'll think you know better. You won't listen. You'll look for an opportunity to play out your pathologos roles just as he did instead. You will stay blocked. That's the dialectic. You can't play. You're not in the game. It's the noblest game. It's literally, if ousia and logos is what makes us human beings, these 5 causes is what it means to be a human being. You're not in the realm of the human race yet. What we are doing is learning why. What are the preconditions here? The same 5 causes applied to the physical world that create the conditions for you to be ready to play the game. Otherwise, you'll be some fucking jerk like that guy. I know better. I'm taking the lead. He's not taking the lead. We've talked about this today. By having the dialectic, you lead. The patient doesn't come into the doctor's office and says, hey, I'm telling you what to do. Look this up. Assign that. Like he did. What a freak. To him we say,
Would you just blow in from Stupid Town?
he just blew in from Stupid Town.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
In some way, he was anti-feminist. What a dick. Hey, answer my question. Fuck you. What about our question? All right, I'll answer it anyway. Oh, I don't know what this guy's thinking. I'm going to talk to the chatter instead. That's wrong. Is it? Okay, what's the answer? If I'm saying something wrong, correct me so I can fucking learn. Or, what'd he do? No, I'm telling you what to do. You look it up. Lol. So, if he was being a dick and you were defending him, what role does that mean for you? Not as an insult or an attack or punishment, but to give you some material to be open and curious about, because hopefully you have been developing your courage enough to follow the logos, You've been reading along with the stream for long enough to have some of the key words like logos and pathologos and dialectic. You have been engaged in reflection for long enough to see the value in self-reflection instead of taking the lead or fighting like that asshole. Shouldn't say asshole, it serves an important function. Jabroni, to him we say,
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
who had a brain of a child. And hopefully you've been learning enough about the dialectic, at least from today, so that when I ask you these questions, you can be genuinely open and curious, genuinely seeking the truth, because you have a genuine question about your problems that you want to get out of. You won't want to get out of your problems if you're addicted to that way of being. You won't want to get out of your problems unless you are genuinely still not listening to you. Let's time him out again. No, you can't talk, fella, unless you respond to what I'm saying. I'm saying, come with a question, either about how you functioned as a troll, or about a question about reality. Because those are the only two things you can have a question about. Everything else is just your family bullshit. And I'm not in your family. I don't give a shit about your dumb family and your dumb opinions or your dumb religion or your dumb beliefs. No one does. To say, oh, you should be polite and pretend to give a shit about my ignorance is garbage. Still not listening to you. See, if you come in with a question, we will listen. If you come in with your family bullshit, we're not interested. Because you know who else has their family bullshit? The next guy. And the next guy. And the next guy. Talk bullshit to Asmongold. He panders to people's ignorance. So, I'm not interested in that guy anymore. I'm talking to the actual chatter. Lemmy. So, it doesn't matter what I say. Because as the Oracle tells us...
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
Doesn't matter how many times I say it. This is what Parmenides says to Socrates. Look. Actually, should we bring up the text? I know. Socrates, when Socrates was 19, he comes into Parmenides' house. Very similar to what happened here. And Parmenides says, look, here's the thing you have to be on guard for. The worst condition of the soul. It's this. If you think you can't know the nature of self and reality, you could be talking to the greatest dialectician who's ever lived, and he might explain it 10 different ways, and even lead you through the steps of the reasoning. It won't make a difference. That is the worst defect of the soul. To carry with your soul the false belief you can't know the nature of reality through mastering the dialectic. We got the dialectic from Parmenides, Socrates' teacher. You just won't. But if you do your job, fulfilling these 5 causes, reading, reflecting, learning the dialectic so you can give birth to a puzzle. But hey, are you still trying to get attention? This guy's funny. So you can give birth to a question. If you're not seeking excellence in these activities, you will never be pregnant. Why? Because only if you're seeking excellence in reading the Logos, in learning how to reflect in the best way with your friends, in learning the dialectic, if you're not seeking these things with excellence or a similar goal, music, let's say, or cooking, or if you're not seeking that goal with excellence, you won't have the motivation you need to challenge what you're familiar with, what you're comfortable with. This jerk hasn't even paused for a second to reflect. Not for 1 second. He still thinks he knows, even though I've said it in 1,000 different ways, from least to most blunt. He is incorrect. Doesn't matter. Unless you go through these activities and you're seeking something. Say, if he is someone who has a meaningless life, he doesn't have a goal he's seeking with excellence, why give up his ignorance? Why give up being an argumentative Christian or an argumentative Nazi or a spiteful whatever? That's addiction. He thinks what he's doing is true. He thinks what he's doing is good. And he thinks his way of being is real. But he didn't get to those conclusions through reason. That's why he needs to be pursuing a goal with excellence and realized he can't get there. Doesn't matter what I say, he can't be convinced. Only when he's seeking his most meaningful goals, ideally these on the board, he'll realize there's something blocking me and I can't solve it. For Achilles, it took the death of his best friend to wake up and realize there's something. I think I'm justified. I think I'm doing the right thing. But there's something that caused the death of my friend. I'm willing to reflect on dream analysis. Achilles went through dream analysis to go from being the worst person to the best. So if you're not interested in mastering the text, what's the stakes? What do you have to lose? Just stay whatever you are. Stay in your problems. Who gives a shit? Settle for a life of mediocrity. But if there's something meaningful enough for you to reflect on your old ways of being and question what you think is true, good, and real, and free yourself from that so you can be open to seeking the real, true, good, and real, you're called being pregnant. Otherwise, you're not in the game. You're not on the chair. Same thing applies to dreams. Doesn't matter if Parmenides said it a million ways. Parmenides said, you won't be convinced. You still think you'll know more than me, says Parmenides to Socrates. Always, so your job is, Parmenides says, you won't know reality unless you learn the dialectic. But you also have to be on guard for the worst condition of the soul, to believe that you can't know the nature of self and reality through the logos and dialectic. We talked about that today. These Buddhists say the same thing. Taoists say the same. Oh, thoughts are a sickness. You can't know these. Garbage. Not true. If it's not true and Parmenides has demonstrated it, why are they so confident? Why is this guy so confident? Dreams are the same thing. Dreams say, hey, listen, how many movies does the best filmmaker make? Is it 40 billion a night? Are each of them the most profoundly crafted? Showing an understanding of your problems that you don't have? Am I a master of art? Can I benefit you if you listen? That's our dreams. The most profound master of art, beneficial, caring, not polite, not nice, not being a little bitch to some idiot or some Nazi. No. Being good, being beneficial, not being polite, not being nice, not giving you what you want to hear, because what you want to hear is the same garbage that reflects your problems. For all people, it's not a personal thing, it's not a personal insult, it's what it means to be a human with a problem. Achilles, the greatest person, the greatest hero, was the worst. So that's dreams. But if we've been reading this text for long enough, we have had dozens of explanations of dreams. As we read today, it's dreams that can unify humanity. It's dreams that can unlock the spiritual game for everyone. It's dreams that will awaken the new age of mankind. And it's dreams that the other philosophers since Socrates weren't able to see the significance of. We've heard it a million times. It's our job to listen. By putting, therefore, dreams within the hierarchical structure that we've been, again, encouraged to see from the text for ourselves. And in doing so, we recognize the meaning of life in terms of our greatest activity is dream analysis. The meaning of life in terms of what kind of a material cause or what kind of a soul it is stung, open, curious, seeking truth, not addicted to fighting or reflecting your family pathologos. That's the meaning of life. To be pregnant with a puzzle. And on the chair. The meaning of life is the activity of dream analysis. But as you go through that, by learning the language of dreams in a non-interpretive way, you're learning understanding. Non-interpretive means understanding. It's not dream interpretation, it's dream analysis. So you become like the dialectician. So you're grazing through by being the open and receptive, the opposite to the weird chatter. You are able to participate in dream analysis. So the material cause is able to participate in the activity cause. The material meaning of life is to make food for my family. All right, that's an opinion. I guess that might fit down in the material cause. You could say, okay, then why? Now that your family is fed, what next? What do you want to do with a full belly? Do you have a consciousness? Can you participate in language? Can you read? Does being able to read make you different from a cow and a caterpillar? Are there certain things worth reading more than others? Farm. What about your reading? What about your intelligence? Can you read? By the way, to be a good farmer, do you have to read something? How to farm? How to sell your crops? How to ride a tractor? How to fix a tractor? Would you agree? By the way, what's more important? Does being illiterate make me the same as a cow or a caterpillar? No, don't answer. No, you're not. You are answering the questions. I'm asking the question. Don't flip it, please. Would you agree that to farm well, you'd have to read something? By the way, the greater you read and reflect and understand, so through reading you could gain an ability to reflect on farming, tractor repair, allowing you to greater understand. Would you be able to function better the greater you understand farming as a result of your reading? Okay, I'm asking you a question. Do you want to respond to it? You don't have to. But if you don't, I'm not going to talk to you. Because what would be the point? Do you remember the question I asked? I'll repeat it. You said that you want to farm. Can you improve your ability to farm? Yes or no? Don't answer any other question. Yes or no? Is there a potential to improve your ability to farm? Okay, I've asked the question several times and I don't see a yes or no. I'm not going to read your response because you failed to answer my question. So I'm going to ban that guy. See, that's the difference. Parmenides said to Socrates, you could be facing face to face with the greatest dialectician, but if you're being a dick or carrying a false belief about knowing that you can't know, how are you going to benefit? So the dialectic would have gone if they weren't such a child, a mush brain, baby brain. Hey, I'm guessing you're lying about farming, but let's pretend you're being an open, genuine, and curious person. Can you engage in some sort of activity to improve farming? Some sort of learning? By the way, does that make use of your ability to self-reflect and understand? Or logos, language, and self-reflection? By the way, to bring it back to your question, does that make you different? What's this? Allow and deny. Does that make you different from cows and caterpillars because they can't reflect and understand with language? Yes. So therefore, would you agree that you can read in a way that makes you more evolved than other animals? And as a result of your reading, would you agree you can benefit by learning about the subject you're reading about? Farming. Yes, I agree. Of course I can learn and get better at farming. Great, so you can improve at farming. By the way, do you also have to reflect on what you're reading about? So there's our activity of reading and our way of being of reflection. And if you go around saying you can't learn anything, no one can learn how to do a tractor, I'm the best farmer and I'm not going to learn anything, are you going to reflect? No, you're going to be blocked. Therefore, do you also have to be uncovering each of the blocks to those levels of development through these causes? By the way, might there be some model or paradigm of how to farm some crops or how to fix a tractor? The model of an engine that you could therefore learn. Would that be required for mastery of your farming? Yes. Now that we've come to that conclusion, apply it to your soul. Something more important than farming. Your soul, your immortal soul, the reason you're here, to develop your soul. Could you therefore conclude, if we can move it over analogously, that there is some sort of activity cause you have to participate in that makes use of language and self-reflection, some sort of reading that would help you learn about the nature of your soul? By the way, if you think you know the soul already, are you going to engage in that? No, you're going to be some brain-dead religious person, or brain-dead fascist person, or brain-dead Dunning-Kruger person. You can live in the Idiocracy movie. You think you know everything. You're not going to learn anything because reading is the devil. So you have to also be addressing any blocks to that activity of reading about the soul. So what's the equivalent to a textbook about a tractor or farming to the soul? That's the logos. So you have to be reading a book that reflects the self logos. Do you have to also be reflecting on that? Not passing on your opinions or defending, what would you call that guy? Trolls? Defending, ignorant child brain can only fight contrarians? No, you have to be reflecting not on dicks like that, but what you've been reading in the book. Hey, but if you feel you're drawn to defending that guy instead of staying with what you're doing, just like with meditation, if you're whatever your meditation is, counting to 10, if you feel drawn into your drama, your distraction, your tangent, your daydream, you also have to address those tangents, otherwise your meditation is going to be painful and you're not going to do anything or get anywhere. This is meditation. Reflecting on a meaningful topic, but we're adding understanding because it's necessary to remove your blocks and develop. Therefore, can you come to the model of the development of the soul? Not tractors or farming, the soul. What would be the name of that? The logos or the dialectic. Therefore, realizing that there is a model of this excellence of the soul that you only get to through the activity not of farming or tractoring, but dialecticing, you can look for your puzzles. Not like this I shouldn't say dickhead, jabroni. This jabroni didn't do. He tried to hide his problems. He tried to play out his problems because he didn't know there was a model of the dialectic for the soul for him to do. He thinks the meaning of life is to do what he learned when he was 4 years old, imitate his parents. It's the same for all of us because it's the principle of belief. The false paradigm or model, the way of being, the majority do that. Yes. So it's not personal. So I'm not attacking him personally. It's for all of us. It's what it means to be human. Because we are specifically given that false model or paradigm, not the dialectic, questions and answers, but when our parents said no questions and no understanding. Do as you're told. That was this guy saying, I'm not listening to your questions, streamer. I'm not answering your questions. Do as you're told. Look it up. Do what I say. The opposite of the dialectic. No following his role as the answerer of the questions, not the questioner. He wanted to be in charge, despite being ignorant of the model of asking questions. He didn't know shit about the dialectic. That's not an insult. That's just the truth. He didn't know shit. That's fine. It's a good place to start. Instead of learning, he was addicted to cosplaying the knower, which is nothing other than the false model. So again, each of these causes has its negative in imitation. That's the opposite because it rejects ousia and logos, questions and answers. Rejects knowledge and reason. That's what Parmenides said. If you think you can't know the nature of self and reality, you're fucked from the beginning. You could be talking to the greatest dialectician in the world and he could make 10 arguments perfectly. Wouldn't change you. Whereas the Oracle says,
the problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't themselves into.
You can't reason yourself out of that position because you didn't get it through reason, you got it through imitating the model. If there was questions and answers, if there was dialectic, you wouldn't have your problem. You wouldn't have your pathologos. So for each one of those things, there is this opposite. About dream work, can't you address projections through the day before they appear in dreams? Yes, that's a good question. So, going through that, you can become pregnant about your questions, the thing you have to be seeking, because if you're not seeking some high goal in your art, so long as it reflects what you're reading, it has to also reflect it has to be an understandable art, but also your reading. If you're not seeking your goals about self and reality, you won't have the motivation to address your problems and you won't surface your problem. Because being blocked from everyday stuff isn't a problem. Being blocked from your excellence of your meaningful goals, that's a problem. So yes, as you're saying, you can notice a repeating problem playing out in your life as you're seeking your highest goals, and you can say, hey, get the dialectician on the phone. Hey, Mr. Midwife, I'm ready for a philosophical midwifery talk because I've recognized the problems that I have in my life. Or I have some puzzles about what I'm reading that I would like to reason through according to the dialectic to maybe put my ideas together to gain insight, like we're doing today. Today, we're putting it all together to create these profound insights again about literally the meaning of life and how there are 5 answers to that question as a precursor or preconditioned to the real 5 reasons or meanings of life. How we can be the ideal material, how we can engage in the ideal activity, how we can be the ideal person or function, how we can function in the ideal way, the ideal model of reality, and that for the sake of which we go through all of this, the final cause, the final goal, question mark. This is literally profound shit. Literally, that sounds redundant. Literally profound shit. This is good stuff. This is meaningful stuff. So in seeking that meaningful goal, we can give rise to our problems, which comes to your question. I've noticed the problem. Every time I get into reading, this happens. Or I go on this tangent. Or every time I seek this goal, this happens. Or every time I want this thing, this happens. Fine. So you can engage, so you could say, actually, I'm still on the chair. I'm pregnant about my problem or about what I'm reading. My journey up towards this meaning of life, some state of self that has the model of the logos or dialectic as a oneness state of mind, has the functioning of the dialectician as a functioning through understanding, can participate in the activity of midwifery, philosophy, or dream analysis, and can be open and receptive to participating in that as the pregnant party as well, to give birth to new insights and ideas. Have all of those things, just as for Billy to live in the house, he has to have all of these ideals. He has to have the ideal material for the house, the ideal functioning. If the builders didn't build well, the house would fall down. If the builders were no good, they couldn't do the building. If the blueprint sucked, all of those together, they have to have the ideal for his ideal functioning. As we can give birth to a question on what our ideal functioning has to be, considering it seems all of these 5 causes apply to ousia and logos in a way that we call the dialectic. The ideal material causes to be receptive to the dialectic. The ideal activity is the dialectic applied to dreams. Why dreams? This is your question. While you might recognize a repeating problem in your life, and yes, you can do midwifery on that problem, your dreams know your problem better than you. Number 1. Number 2, the dreams will provide clues and evidence and bits of material you need to reflect upon your problem to gain the insight you're ready to have. Number 3, dreams will provide what might be a more urgent problem than what you're aware of. You might notice something that you want to address, but your dream might say, actually, that you've got a more urgent difficulty that you've got to take care of. Or maybe it's a redundant thing. Maybe your dream will point to a more profound puzzle that you should be addressing. In other words, like we've been saying of this guy could be looking in the face of a dialectician, one of less than 5 masters of the dialectic and dream analysis on the planet, but he's too fucking stupid to listen. That's our dreams. Dreams know you better than you know yourself, profoundly, and we read that in the text. Let's read it again. But instead of listening, we think we know better. We're just as stupid, as ignorant as that guy. We think you know better than your dreams? How many dreams can you make? And if dreams know profoundly the nature of your problem and what's most urgent and what you need to see and what might be more profound, or the clues that you need to solve your problems, and creates 40 billion a day, not including animals that dream, you think you're better than that? Give me a break. Come on, man.
Freaks.
Kant would say some fucking bullshit.
Kant would say some bullshit. The subconscious certainly seems smarter than I am. See, that's the thing. Subconscious is the language of modern psychology that seeks to undermine what we're saying. It's not subconscious. It's some sort of mega ultra consciousness, or mind itself. Considering it knows everything about everyone at all times and may be creating each moment. I wouldn't call it sub. I call it dom.
Die mad about it, bitch.
Yes, you use that term because you like Jung. So that's the thing. So, but again, I'm not having a go. As we continue to read, you will be able to polish up your names. Because you see how the word subconscious actually carries a lot of baggage from Jung and his own personal opinions. And it might be worth, as you master the dialectic and logos, as you master these causes, you could spend your time reflecting on influential figures like Jung with the actual paradigm of the Logos as a master of understanding. And you can, because did Jung talk about any of his dreams? I'm not sure. Maybe he did. You could reflect on his dreams to understand the pathologos of Jung and his level of development of the Logos. Yeah, did he talk about his own dreams? In other words, as you become the master of the Logos, just like a doctor, you can look at other patients and look and see what level of health they have and what level of sickness they have. So by reading this and clearing up your naming, its language, that's our purpose, that's our tool is naming, or words or language or logos. You can then, whatever the word is instead of subconscious, when you get the right word as part of your development and your reading and stuff, you can then look to Jung and say, oh, that's an interesting word that he's used, subconscious. I wonder what that... So you can see the illness or the health and sickness of all people you read. Yeah, Jung doesn't have the Logos. That's why for Jung, I mean, forget I said that. I'm not going to give away any secrets because you're already interested in Jung. That's your own question. And also because you know that you can, well, you have a likely theory that you can master the actual Logos of dream analysis. When you become a master, you can have a look at Jung and you could present an interesting essay that you could share with the world that might benefit everyone. So I'm not going to say any more about Jung. But do you see? That's why we read these texts, because we want to get the model first before we look at how it's misused or the level of health and sickness. The doctor has to first know the healthy body before he can compare it to every patient to see the level of sickness and health. But our job is to be, it's good to have a solid foundation. Yeah, the truth, the Logos. So that's dreams. That's dreams. The dreams are just like Parmenides said to Socrates. You're facing Parmenides, dude. You think you know better? Dreams are the same thing. And it has always puzzled me how certain human beings are that dreams are not the most profound things in the world, or that they know what dreams are, or it has confused me how people seem certain that dreams aren't worth looking at, considering everything about dreams, if you actually looked at it properly, show you the exact opposite. And as we're seeing, it's literally the greatest activity human beings can function in according to the text and according to the model of causes. Literally, it's the greatest activity. There isn't anything better. You are in a conversation with the ultimate dialectician. He knows everything about everything, really. And isn't polite, isn't nice, isn't mollycoddling, whatever it is, mollycoddling you. But if you're willing to play, you can take part in the noblest game. So, let's see it one more time in the text. The task of understanding dreams is nothing else than applying the way of reason, or logos or dialectic, to the world of dreams. For a dream takes an analogical form. It ain't literal. You have to unpack the language. It's an analogy, which is philosophy, learning how to use analogy, which is what we've been doing all day today with all of these analogies, or same relationships, different terms, different sets. Now, that the analogy of your dreams takes on an anagogic function. Anagogic means upward moving. Anagogic is the name for the triad of Hermes, Aphrodite, and Apollo. Reading, reflecting, dialectic. Order, wholeness, beauty, or harmony, simplicity, dialectic. It's called anagogic because it's the method that takes us to Zeus. That's why Hermes has the winged shoes. So it takes on an anagogic or upward moving function to raise the souls of man to the divine. Therefore, the spiritual method. Don't you want to recognize your soul or see or join with the divine? Don't you want to be that same mind of the dream maker? Or the highest mind, mind itself, the mind of God? To show dreams can be understood is a new dawn of reason. Therefore, if there's a meaning to humanity, it should reflect this. So just as our ideal functioning in the physical world, caring for the body in the ideal way, which includes the virtues, the activity of reading, not just farming, as Weirdo said, talking, right? Not silence. Everyone march in line. No talking in the workplace. Learning how to talk and reflect. Discovering. All of this applies to humanity. In other words, taking care of not just the body, but our planet. Learning to read, not just learning to read individually, but creating the conditions where all human needs are met and all education is free. And this is what education is, learning how to read. What's meaningful? Which also applies to everything else because it's the model. Hey, are we divided, killing each other? Or divided because we're too poor to engage in public life because of fucking capitalism? Or are we to create a world where everyone is free to talk and reflect? And by the way, do we give the biggest rewards and praise to the masters of capitalism, or the masters of oppression, or the warmongers, or the capitalists, or the athletes, or the dialectic? Therefore, the same as for the individual as to society, that's analogy. And all of this is to create an ideal world, to create the conditions for human beings to be open and receptive to jump the fence, upgrade, level up.
No, you're not
The one that's mentally unwell. You're
brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
To be brave and cross into the new boundaries of the realm of mind. To go from the physical to the mind. That's our purpose. Now, if what is mind is Usia and Logos, and that's what it defines us as a human being, as we read, then it's the destiny of man or the purpose of humanity. To cross that line, to be able to participate, therefore, in the dialectic, ideally on dream analysis. As the receptive soul, you're able to participate in dreams. But it's also what the dialectician is looking at. So as you learn the language of your own dreams, you are learning the same skill of the dialectician. So you, as the material cause, is participating in the activity cause and becoming like the dialectician cause, the doer cause, the function cause, the instrumental cause. But also, the more that you participate in that and help others as well along the way, you are reflecting on the paradigm. You are using and reflecting on, ideally, the paradigm of reality itself, the mind of the dream maker, the mind of the divine, the paradigm of the dialectic. So, as the material cause, you're participating in the activity cause and becoming like the dialectician cause and becoming open, receptive, and ready to experience the model cause. All of which somehow comes together like the parts of the house to some final cause, some state of self, which has all of them, but has all of them ordered in their appropriate way, giving rise to a new level of functioning. So all of the physical things and causes leading to Billy living in the house, or all of the parts of the body doing their intended thing, fingers fingering, spleen spleening, arms arming, breasts breasting.
These absolute dullards, borderline chimps, who want to kiss a
Want to
fox.
kiss a fox.
It's a win-win.
It's
You
a win-win.
moron. You absolute fucking buffoon. You goddamn idiot.
I don't think the joke was that bad. So all of the parts in the body giving rise to the higher cognitive function of self. Our job, therefore, is to wonder about that. That's our question. What kind of state of self would it be that uses all of those in a higher kind of way? Where do dreams come from? If dreams is the activity or the mean cause through which we can go from the lesser material to the greater, where do dreams come from? Is there some sort of model of dreams? and we can be a dialectician according to, so therefore it has to be written like a dialectician for a dialectician to unpack its language. It has to be in the language of the dialectician. Something has to be creating those dreams. What would the final state of self be that has all of those things? In showing that dreams can be understood is a new dawn of reason. The evolution of mankind, the new age of man. To be able to show dreams are personally meaningful to those to whom they have come is very profound. Who can say man cannot ascend to the intelligible if dreams disclose their secrets? Yes, says Socrates. Yes. Dreams are the bridge to a most sacred way of understanding. When people seek meaning in dreams, their way of being is enhanced. It's the bridge, the Logos bridge. As you participate, as best you can, you are perfecting yourself as the material cause, perfecting your activity cause, perfecting your functioning cause, and you're becoming more and more, gaining more and more insight and openness to the experiencing of the model cause. How can you say our ascent is not available to everyone, therefore, through dreams? Therefore, if everyone gets dreams, everyone can play the game. Everyone can participate in the new age of man. Dreams awaken a common spirit that brings into being a culture of mind. So there's our idea of these causes being in the realm of mind. That's the culture of mind, or the use of ousia and logos. That's the new age of man. That's dreams. But also, as we've seen today, it is also the most challenging thing to accept, because we are human beings who are supposed to be engaging in dream analysis as the ideal material cause to solve our problems. But our problems are only problems because they block our most meaningful goals. Our most meaningful goal is dream analysis. It's that through which we become the dialectician and know the model and reach our highest state of self. So even though dream analysis is the ideal way of being, the greatest activity that brings all of the pieces together, that allows us for our development, it's going to be the most challenging thing. Because through dream analysis solves problems, but problems block our development. Therefore, the thing your problem's going to block the most is dream analysis. That's why so many people say they know better about dreams in an absurd kind of a way, that we even saw play out as a metaphor or demonstration with their weird chatter today. It's a weird one today, but it was nothing other than a demonstration of these principles that we're defining. The rejection to learning, or the rejection to philosophy in a philosophy stream, is just as absurd as human beings rejecting dream analysis, given that they get dreams every single night, many times, 4 or 5 times a night. It's just that absurd, but that's the irony. That's the catch-22 of our problems. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting stuff. Profound stuff. Curious stuff. Was that interesting? Did you awaken new questions? Are you more open and receptive to being open and receptive to your problems and your participation in the most meaningful activity that gives rise to the new age of reason and the new dawn of man? Dream analysis. Hey, you're going to dream tonight. What are you going to do about it? What you could do is put a record app on your phone, so as soon as you wake up, before you do anything else, start talking. Before you even go to the bathroom, start talking. I only remember an image. Doesn't matter. As we said, an image is just as profound. That's the profundity. I only remember a few sentences. Say it. I can't even remember that. That's okay. Start talking anyway. Get into the practice. Start talking about how you feel now. You might find that that's even helpful too. A good place to start. Thank you to our chatters today. Amazing, lively chat today. The most lively chat we've ever had, I think, on the stream so far. And also challenging, but that's the purpose. We're supposed to be challenged. I thank you for joining me. Feel free to join the Discord. There's a link to the PDF below. And if you want to donate to the channel, that is a great help. Very much appreciated. There is a link below. If you value this and you want to support this and you're able to, I very much appreciate it. There's a link to that below. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.